I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and this is the DPA Open Mic, episode 34. Welcome back to the DPA Open Mic. Uh, I wasn't able to do it yesterday because I actually supposed to sleep earlier because one of my best friend uh, have a wedding lunch. So yeah, end up I also stayed up. I didn't sleep enough anyway. Yeah, but I was doing some editing work. So welcome to the open mic. Hello everyone. There's around 145, 47 of you guys. The number is still slowly growing, and this open mic is live on the DPA YouTube channel, the main Defense Politics Asia channel on YouTube, the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter. So uh, do I? Maybe I'm tired. Yeah. So anyway, yes. Okay. So again, I didn't prepare beforehand. Shit. Okay, I'm going to paste the link to join. So not talk too much nonsense. And for those that have not watched my interview with the Duran, I would highly recommend you to watch it, and enjoy the emotional damage within the comment section. I think I know I really messed up the comment section quite badly. I see the comment section is like, what the hell is happening? People say I'm very pro-Ukraine. Oh my freaking god! So yeah, then a few tweets later say I'm pro-Russian. Okay, so let me get in the link to join. Dun, 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 dun. And this one. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. I'm gonna paste this link to the main channel to tell people to go to the open mic channel, and then I'm gonna paste this link to the DPA Open Mic channel, and the link to join the Open Mic is now in the pinned message in the Open Mic channel, and I'm also going to pack it into the um, Rumble, and so so for those that are watching on Twitter, do come over to YouTube to watch because the quality is just better on YouTube, and yeah, and we have people in already. Hi, Prata,
Shadovi,
and
hi
hi,
Waves.
Jerovi.
Good afternoon from Europe,
Good,
Yes.
good,
Central Europe, and
good
Shadovi,
night.
Western Europe.
See you later, Pata.
Yeah, hopefully, yes.
Okay, so for people in the chat, do let me know anyone's volume need to be adjusted.
Hi,
Yo,
Simina.
brother,
Hello.
Hi, Argentina.
Shadowy, how are you doing, man?
Very well. It's weekend.
Good to hear. Multipolar world is coming. Embrace it. Good stuff.
I was just changing. That was the one from last week. The African
Hey, yo,
mission
Vaughn,
was a success.
how are you doing, man?
What's up?
Hey, Vaughn, from America, United States.
Yeah.
From Kentucky.
Oh, Vaughn.
Okay,
See, we got.
They're
real
well known
quick, I'm
for
going
whiskey.
to drop a couple topics so we can start off.
Oh, we can start with
maybe we
Africa.
can talk about the topic that Wyatt proposed, the involvement of Africa, or alternatively, we can start with the air defender. But up to you guys.
I think we can start with Africa because it was quite an impressive mission. We had 5 presidents, am I mistake? 7 countries represented. And for the first time, and even if some European countries tried to sabotage the visit, which is impressive, which we should talk about that as well. I think that Zelensky being obliged to receive these presidents, these very high representatives, and they flying back to St. Petersburg to meet Putin, and Putin even made something impressive, which is he made that kind of open session for everybody to listen to, and what he said for us to listen. It was quite a thing, especially when Putin showed the treaty on eternal neutrality for Ukraine, which Ukraine signed and then pulled back. I think nobody ever saw that treaty. We were never informed about what was inside. It's the first time we are seeing it, and I think it was something.
I think it's important because it's one more element to add to the distrust between every party in this war. Sadly, it's one step away from peace, I think, because there is one more reason for Russia to distrust Ukraine.
Quite true.
Now,
What was the story about the African delegation being held on a plane? Was that when supposedly the shells went off that they all said they didn't hear, or was that something totally different?
No, it was a second plane from the South Africa representation. It was a plane with the personal security, and strangely enough, they were filled with weapons. That's true, yeah, but also journalists. But the Polish authorities were quite mean with them. They didn't let them get out of the airplane. They had to stay like 2 days in the airplane, not getting out, and even stripped naked a woman, which the Africans got really pissed off about it. Yes, one of their security members. And they got very pissed off. And let's see what's happened. But Hungary as well made something strange. He didn't let the airplane cross the airspace as well. So it's a symbol of strange reactions. And also in Italy, when the airplanes were coming to Italy, they had to go around 1 hour because Italy didn't want to let them in.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing I don't get. You know, they're worried about the Africa moving towards Russia and China. They make a deal for Africa to get cheap or free fertilizer and grain, but then they fuck up the deal, and it's like, and then they treat the African guys like shit or threaten them with sanctions if they don't say the right thing, or they treat them like garbage, make them fly around, can't get off the plane. It's like, how are you trying to like get them to your side when you're, you know, offering stuff in one hand and then basically stabbing them in the back and punching them and kicking them every chance you get? I mean, I don't even see how they think that's a diplomatic, you know, endeavor even to start. You know, oh, here's this free stuff, and then treat you like garbage, and then say, be my friend. I treat you like shit.
It seems like this is not the behavior of a politician or a group of professionals. This seems like this is something you'd expect from a group of like high school girls, right? Excluding someone who they don't like from like a party or a gathering. You don't let them come over, and then when they come over, you don't talk to them, and then you keep them held up, and then you just do everything to just be as annoying as like that's, I don't know how else to describe it, right? They were being annoying. They didn't threaten the delegation or anything, right? But they sent the message, and the message is, we don't want you here.
It's like they're so petty. It's like there's literally thousands of Ukrainians getting butchered right now, and the only way they can own Russia is to like disrespect the South African delegation or make a plane fly around or not let somebody get off the plane. It's like, oh, you can't win on the battlefield, so I guess you just act like a child to whoever you think is against you, because that's what it seems like. You know, nothing's going right down south, so let's make the South Africans, you know, wait or fly around or fuck with them. I mean, it's always petty shit with these guys. There's no, like you said, there's no adults making decisions or calls. Kissinger's a piece of shit. At least he knew the fucking game.
I think we were talking about this kind of thing in a previous open mic. I think in Europe now, and USA too, there is no longer professional diplomat. All the guys who try to do diplomatic stuff are basically thinking only about their own mainstream propaganda.
Ideologues.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. They don't care about the other country. They only care about their own country.
Yes, it's like it was a movement in Europe where you see diplomats normally are career people. They normally even come from families which fathers and grandfathers were diplomats. And somewhere in time, around 20 years ago, they start changing it and putting people from the parties in the power inside of the ministries of foreign affairs. This was a revolution in Europe, and what we saw was with the time the capacity of diplomacy within the European Union got really bad, and one way after another, like scandals, behaving improperly in official visits, saying ambassadors saying things out of their heads without thinking, offending other people. Now we see as well Burrell saying something like the jungle and we are the garden, and the jungle wants to come to the garden. But you see, Shadovi, it is really bad, and you are right. They're using international politics for domestic politics, and yeah. But in this case, there was some coordination as well. You see, first it was Poland, then Hungary didn't want to let them cross their airspace. Then Poland, then they landed in Poland, and there was all kinds of delays, provoked delays. And it was very strange. And on the end, the other airplane couldn't fly to Russia. It was it was not permitted for the airplane with the security, South African security, to fly to accompany the president to Russia when he came back from Kiev. But even though I think it was an important mission and it had great results, and these events, these facts in Europe were amazing, because the world starts seeing who doesn't want peace, who is blocking peace. Sorry.
I was wondering if we
Can
could
I cover something real quick? First,
go ahead.
the previous super chat that was about
Yeah.
MSM
I
not
wanted to talk
showing
about that.
anything about a treaty. What do you expect?
Yes.
Actually, you know what? This could be looked at as kind of an odd thing to not cover, right? Because this could have been played up by Western sources as Russian disinformation or Russian like the Russians violated the treaty in one way or another. There have been a lot of ways that there's a lot of ways they could have spun it. But what's really interesting to me is if you actually look at the treaty, if you look at the essential guarantees of the treaty, what Ukraine would do, what Russia would do, from what it appears, if this treaty is real, if it's not made up, it essentially shows Russia's original goal of attacking Kiev. It essentially verifies that it was purely a political move. There was never an intention to take Kiev. Plus, you see the Russians pull out almost right after the treaty is, I don't want to say signed, but the points are agreed on, right, as kind of a sign, a good gesture by the Russians.
What Putin said,
Is that the
Alan,
treaty
was
that
amazing.
Putin leaked out?
Yeah. But what is
Well, I
amazing
mean,
is
I
that
would assume
Putin
it's
said,
real.
Yeah, and Putin said it was signed, which is amazing.
Well,
never heard
it
that,
wasn't signed. It was initialed.
It had to be ratified.
Yeah, it had to be ratified, but it was agreed that everyone on the delegation had seen those documents. That's what initialing for that would be. There was another question too.
Yeah, there was another super chat. Let's see.
Yeah, NGS says if the West. Oh, Dan, yeah, go ahead before we do that.
No, I just like to mimic RL, but we'll go RL, then I'll have to say something after him.
Okay, well, I wanted to put this question up. If the West loses decisively, will the public ever know? What do you guys think? Vaughn, you're muted.
Well, yeah, I do, because I mean, you won't be able to hide it. I mean, there'll be a percentage of Americans that won't believe it or won't listen or won't know, but people that are aware will be even more aware, and a lot of people will be surprised to find out that things didn't go according to what they were told. But maybe 50-50, maybe a little more than that. But a lot of people will figure it out and be pretty disappointed. But, you know, are they going to do anything about it? Vote the warmongers out? Who knows?
It also depends how you would define losing and winning, because the Finnish in 1940 declared, they made the world believe that they won, but actually they lost. And I think that Ukraine will be the same, that no matter the outcome, Ukrainians will always declare victory, and everybody which supports Ukraine will just go with that.
I think they're going to feel it. Let's just say this. The question was, will the West feel that it lost? Living in Russia, after Russia wins, I know that Russians will feel the victory. So in that same sense, you just have to imagine If you're in a Western country where your government gave so much to this conflict, and then it is humiliated by a major loss, then they would definitely feel it. The shame is going to slap them all in the face, just as the same as the Russians are going to feel a great victory. This is my opinion.
Okay, real quick before we jump to Wakar or Chaloui, because Wakar had a question for him.
Arel, I think, wanted to say something. Arel first, maybe.
So, in any case, I do
to speak.
think that
Shadow
the
has
West
been
would feel
waiting
it.
to speak for a while.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it was Arel first. Arel, no?
Yeah, just real quick about the how the Western public will receive any news. Just, by the way, Wyatt, congratulations for your appearance with Duran.
Thank you so much.
So just look at the African delegation who went to Ukraine and to Russia. Nobody told about it in the mainstream media here in Europe.
Did a few days later, a few hours
about
later.
the African security being checked by the police, and no news at all. Because in the West, they are shaping the narrative, they are controlling the narrative. They want absolutely people to not be allowed to get another perspective. They are doing everything to shut down any Russian media. They are now doing everything to try to, in Europe, to limit the range of Twitter, the range of social media. They want to control everything. They want total control of the narrative. Will they succeed? I don't know, but that's the plan. That's their goal. That's what in the European Commissions they are doing. And all the state apparatus of every European countries are okay with that. And as I've mentioned to open mic before, now we see a real gap, a huge gap between reality and the narrative, the fiction that are told to us.
They just came out with the idea that 3 million Germans are able to watch RT. And there is a call from universities, to block it completely.
I can't watch,
Or
dude.
even,
I go to school in the US. I can't watch RT. It's blocked.
All right, let's just move on to the Shadowy and Semillon so we can continue the conversation.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with RL on the wood about the fact that the winner is going to be decided country by country by the media of the country. Okay? It's going to be very different story if you are in Russia, if you are in Ukraine. In Russia, whatever happens, Putin is going to be the winner. But in Ukraine, we don't know because maybe there would no longer be a Ukraine at the end of the war. But in Europe, it's going to be a NATO victory.
Okay. So what I wanted to say is the following. At least in Poland and certain European countries that sent mercenaries over to Ukraine, the mothers of those mercenaries will know it. That's all I wanted to say. So
I saw there was a question for Wakar. I was wondering, Wakar, would you want to answer that question that came in for you?
Yeah, I don't know, but I didn't see the chat.
It's up there right now.
Okay, yeah. I'll briefly touch upon, I think, the overall impact of the war. And I don't know how the people in the West are looking at it, but we in South Asia and Middle East have, a very different view. One is that the Western ability to sell the narrative has failed. And that's why you find a reaction even from Africa, because the African visit for peace was, I think, very welcome in South Asia, because basically nobody wants war. And we also want that should finish, on the negotiating table. The question regarding whether West will be able to sell their narrative within the Western countries, I think it's becoming more and more difficult. If you look at the mainstream media, yes, CNN, BBC, Le Monde, or let's say you have DW and France 24, they can keep on doing it. But how many people really watch the mainstream media? That's a big question. And last time, I think we did discuss that even in Pakistan, 90% of the youth was on either it was on digital media or social media. So there is definitely an alternate narrative which flows, and the truth also comes out. We've seen their boasts about initially defending Ukraine with NATO coming in, then it was the NATO supplies and the counter, and everything appears to be failing. So truth definitely comes out. They can delay it, but then there is a connectivity like Pakistan is living in the West, number like 10 million. So it's a very large number. We are the sixth largest diaspora outside Pakistan, and they have definitely relatives here. So if they are interested in finding what is happening in Russia-Ukraine war, because it is affecting actually everybody, whether it is the food supplies or the fuel prices or the wheat supplies, even buying your bread, so it's even affecting them in North America as well as Europe. So they are affected. So they do get, the input from Asian and African countries, and youth is very well aware. It's very difficult now to bullshit and sell the narrative. Now the issue of African leadership visit. Before that, you've also found that there was a big wave of against the dollar coming up in Africa, and it was, I think, the Kenyan president, Mr. Ruto, was discussing, and this is now selling very fast. I also did a blog on why dollar will gradually lose ground. So even the Russian oil which came to Pakistan, I think last week, it was paid in Chinese yuan. So despite we have a lot of pressure from the US to do it in petrodollar, it was not done. So even a country like Pakistan is now standing. India is already doing it. Africa is next, and I think there is a realization to stop the war and get on to negotiating table. I think what President Putin did by exposing the document is very significant because it follows at the heels of African leaders' visit, and I think things are going to come out how Russia wanted actually peace, and what were they asking? I think it was basically a neutral Ukraine which could have relation on both sides. If you look at Maidan and the way Victoria Nuland, conducted this information operations and the hybrid war and toppled the regime through those so-called information operations. But now things are coming up. Ukrainians have suffered a lot, and the last trump card I think they have played in terms of counteroffensive, becoming actually more of a farce. And we have discussed it. That and I think in case you have time, we can discuss how the security zone battle is actually fought and how operation should have gone, depending on
We
whether
got time.
if we have time, then we can elaborate upon that, because a lot of things. In fact, I was slightly off because I was busy with my channel. There's a lot of happening in Pakistan, so we were really committed. So we can, I think, gradually discuss why operationally the so-called counteroffensive failed, why it was faced so badly, and how it was being sold, and loss of Leopard 2 and all the pride of NATO. I think that has psychologically impacted the war effort. But I feel that with China, African countries, and most of the Asian countries looking for peace, I think there'll be a lot of pressure on the West, and this will be a good opportunity that we should stop the war and then look for people. It's affecting internationally. It has badly affected everything: trade, commerce, fuel, food, inflation. So I'm sure people are fed up, and Europe and North America, I don't think so they can sell it to their youth, the narrative that they want.
I wanted to pick up something some people were talking about in the chat, which is very impressive, going about with what Wakara was saying, which is during the visit of the African presidential commissions, there were some pretentious attacks. And Zelensky even said that Putin doesn't control his army. That's why it happens. It's quite strange. But it's quite interesting how, and some European media was saying that the African mission visit Kiev under Russian attack, which is strange as much. But it shows pretty much how they are desperate to create a narrative that they already don't know in which direction it should go. It's like many directions, many goals. But the point that Wakar was saying, which is amazing, is that the moment this commission was in Kiev yesterday was perfect. It is just perfect. It's a perfect moment. And I hope that this will wake up more people to say, like the African president in St. Petersburg said to Putin, this war must end. These is great words. We never heard this as often. And I think it's very important. So I hope many other countries in Asia also join together and do things like these. And RL was saying they are trying to manipulate the red narrative. It's true, but they are not able anymore. And also, these you were talking about the airplane in Poland. It's not true. It was a first news in South Africa and many African countries. So it's just in Europe that we don't see it. The rest of the world is waking up.
Yeah, so I wanted to mention something that Wakar said. You guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. So he mentioned about, I'll quickly go through that. He mentioned about the Kenyan president who was talking about the dollar or ditching the dollar. And it actually surprised me personally because of the speed this actually. So they have already set up a bank in Egypt that will settle payments in local currencies. I don't know how they were able to actually set up a whole bank to do that without the West actually realizing what's going on. So that actually took me by surprise. This is moving really fast. Most Africans will tell you now we have an African passport. I can go to about 50 countries without a visa. And things like that. So it's accelerating at quite a speed. And the main reason why is because every time there's a deficiency of dollars, these countries suffer. So if the US had balanced the dollar very well and did not start this conflict, things would have still gone smoothly, but eventually it was inevitable that the use of the dollar for local trade within the continent would have been questioned anyways. It was gonna come up, but this conflict made it move a little bit faster. So now you have traders who had less dollars. I don't know what's happening. To be quite honest, I don't know why there's a lack of dollars in the world at this point. Maybe somebody smarter than me can actually explain that. But the fact that these guys don't have enough dollars to trade with, they ask the president, they're asking their presidents in Africa, like, hey, what's going on? Like, we need to resolve this. And now the presidents are like, well, it's time we stop this whole dollar stuff now. So that's actually moving fast. And then with the South African president, so I don't know whether you guys noticed, but these are things I noticed, like body language of leaders whenever they talk. I observe all these small little things, right? So the first thing I noticed is when Putin was meeting the African leaders, they were sitting on his left-hand side. Leaders always sit, if you're the visiting leader, you will sit on my right-hand side. So some people back in the day, some smart people figured out that the public thinks that the person who is seated on their right-hand side is more powerful than the person seated on the left. So every single time you see leaders meeting, if you're the guest, you sit on this side and that. But for some reason, Putin decided to sit them on his left, which is insane subliminal messaging, especially to the West. I don't know what that was about, but some people may say that's not within protocol, but I found that quite interesting. And obviously, the Europeans had to embarrass the South Africans. They understand the position of the South Africans very clearly. South Africa, even if they got a president who was pro-West, the ANC, the main political party, ANC, and there's another political party called EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters. They are always going to be against the West. Yes. So South Africa will take that stance for the foreseeable future. So, you heard that they got that lady and they stripped her, like she was a part of the security detail, stripped her naked for a strip search or whatever. That is to embarrass the whole nation. And if you go to the African YouTube channels and all that, they're talking about that. They're very mad because these are things that's very, very important to them. But that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
There was a question that came up, I think, for Macchiati. There was a super chat that came up for you. I think you just covered it though. I didn't remember it, so I think you just did.
Oh, okay. How is the mission being covered? Well, you have the main TV channels which have a little bit of control from the West, but this information is too much. Everything that happened is too much to be stopped. Mainly because most Africans don't consume television like people in the West do. Like they don't open up the TV and watch the TV news. Most of them get their news from YouTube and Instagram. So already all this information is out on Instagram in force, and on YouTube. It's on Facebook, and there's very little love left for the Western leadership in Africa. That's for sure.
It's really interesting to hear about that because you'd think if you were an intelligent politician, right, and you know you're losing allies abroad, right, because of your actions internationally in Ukraine and other places like that. I read, um, you'd imagine that there's something you can kind of extend a laurel or excuse me, an olive branch to, right? Try to build up um, some sort of rapport with someone, and we're only seeing bridges being burned. We're only seeing people be pushed away as some sort of twisted. I don't know how to describe it, like a flex, right? The West is trying to flex on people at this point, flex their muscles, show their power, and instead of building these bridges because things are getting tough around you, instead of being the bigger man, so to speak, we're seeing a utter disregard for respect for anyone other than themselves. Like you just said, what happened to the African delegation in Poland. We're talking about, you can actually see it as a little bit of a reflection when Blinken arrived in China yesterday. Did you guys get an opportunity to see what happened there? When when Blinken arrived, instead of the usual fanfare, people standing around and the big parade ready for a diplomat, they had like 8 guys, a rollable little set of stairs, and I think 5 or 6 guards. And this is Blinken, right? This is what is he? Is he the head of the State Department?
He's the Secretary of State.
Secretary of State.
Secretary of State.
Counts for many people that are not aware about how the United States government is organized. It's the foreign minister of the United States. Yeah, totally.
Just to jump into the question of Macchiadi about the US dollars, the disparity of it and how difficult it is to actually have US dollars in some part of the world. You have to understand that the first commodity of United States is not oil, gas from fracking industries or their military stuff. It's their currency, US dollars. That's their first commodity they are exporting. And by making it less available, they want to rise its value artificially just because of that. But again,
that makes sense.
Because United States for sometimes decided to weaponize that currency. So now it's kind of a bargaining chip. You are not siding with us. I will make my currency less available for you. But those who are making those decisions don't understand the drawbacks it will come to them.
Well, now it's over. All of that is coming to an end. I don't know anything about politics, but it just feels a little bit embarrassing at this point being an American, because you have militarily, the Americans are very much involved in this conflict and they're doing all the bad moves. Now you can imagine how horrible, if they're doing such horrible moves in this war in NATO and training these Ukrainians, just imagine their politics is also it's a shitstorm. The Americans are essentially a giant shitstorm that messes everything up, and now it's actually biting them in the ass. The last thing you want is entire continents just hating on you. Like they look at the continents. there's maybe Antarctica. Maybe they can go to Antarctica and convince the penguins down there, like, hey, they're good people. But no, it's not working in Asia anymore. It's not working in Africa. It's not going to work in Europe. Once these Europeans figure out that they've been used for so long, the South Americans surely don't give a damn about the Americans. So that time is completely over. This is not a good time to be an American or be in American politics, because you look like a monkey. All of our politicians are monkeys. They have no idea what they're saying, and it's annoying.
It's quite interesting you are saying
but
that.
One last thing, Prada, and I'm basing all of the things that I just said off their inability to to have a successful military campaign, which I don't agree with. But I mean, if you're going to get involved in something, you might as well do a good job, and it's a miserable attempt. That's all.
Yeah, something amazing that Blinken also said this week. First of all, was that military success of the Ukrainian army at this time will create a better negotiation position for the United States at the table, which is impressive, because we kind of thought Ukraine does what it does for itself. And something also very stupid from Blinken that he wrote in his Twitter 2 days ago or yesterday, I'm not so sure now, was that threatening Bangladesh politicians if they kind of try to manipulate the elections they are coming, they will limit their visas for them and their immediate family, which is impressive. Well, in Bangladesh, this is a scandal like never. But I think Wakar knows a little bit more of that. Go on.
No, I'm from.
It was
I'm
very
from
interesting
Bangladesh.
response.
I can talk about it.
Okay.
Basically, like our prime minister responded to this, and they were like, the United States and the UK are not the only countries we can travel to. There are a lot of other countries in the world we can build relations with, and we can travel to. So our prime minister was like, there are other countries. The United States is not the only country in the world. That was
I think I'll pick up from there. This is what I was highlighting. Actually, I met Sheikh Hasina. I did a course in Bangladesh, and I personally met her. She's a great lady. So the response was very prompt. I think it was something, as Red is saying, that there are more oceans and countries, and definitely Bangladesh. So this is very unfortunate. I think what Dan is pointing out is really an unfortunate situation. Now, I'll just cover two important. And one is, I still feel that Ukraine basically is being used as an info ops theater by the NATO and West. So it's so unfortunate that you are sacrificing people, equipment, cities, and everything, and the land, and still you are playing info ops. So if Blinken says, Ukrainian victory, so it means basically it's an absurd theater. And gradually, I think people don't believe. The other is of de-dollarization. And why there is anxiety in some of the countries. Even in Pakistan, there was a feeling that we are taking a risk when we were buying Russian oil through Chinese yuan. Is because the US dollar has stayed, I think since Bretton system, and then in early 70s when it was de-linked with gold. So it has existed, as a way of life throughout the world. And that was, I think there was weaponization and manipulation by the West, especially US, because I think RL is right. That is the main export that they have. So now there is a transition, and definitely there are risks because you're not used to, like our traders who are exporting, yarn or let's say garments or IT products. They're not used to trading in other currencies. There's always, a matter of risk. And I think, as pointed out by my African friend, that he was surprised at how Africa is moving, establishing, bank, and then what Kenyan president was basically explaining that it's going to be a very different market. I think he told his own people who was holding dollars, it's going to be a different market, and why they should. These are basic fundamental questions. So let's say Pakistan, Iran are trading, or Pakistan is trading with Bangladesh. Why we should do it in dollars? So what's the compulsion? So I think this de-dollarization will have some period of anxiety, and then the slide will start. So I did I think a video on that also, and it was picked up from the sources. Basically, I'm not a financial guru, but those people who look at the currency and the manipulation. So Africa is now and Africa is very large continent. I'm sure it's more than 1 billion people, and there are dozens of countries, large and small. And having lived in Africa for 4 years, so I have some personal, liking and attachment. Very simple, straight people, especially Southern Africa. I have traveled to South Africa and seen the leadership, and stayed in Zimbabwe, Mozambique, then of course Botswana, and those areas. Very wonderful people. But now there is a realization that why we should basically be hostage to the dollar. So BRICS is again going to, I think, go into BRICS is very large group, including Russia, India, China, South Africa, and definitely Brazil. And now we have, like Egypt getting inducted, Saudi Arabia, Iran, even Pakistan has probably applied for it. This will become the
Maybe
market.
Mexico, baby.
Exactly.
A lot of
Maybe
countries have applied to join BRICS, like also Bangladesh.
That's right. That's
Like
right.
our
So
foreign
I,
minister
I'm
like
really,
said that BRICS
pleased
will
to,
admit Bangladesh.
yeah, I'm pleased to hear the remarks by Bangladeshi Prime Minister. She's a very strong lady. Despite that, a lot of Bangladesh diaspora works in the West, like Pakistan. But still, I think she felt it very badly that how diplomatic norms are violated. And I think Dan is right when he says that why are they playing, so badly? When you need actually friends, you have relationships, you are actually creating enemies. And if Europe and North America, across the Atlantic feels that they can live with it, good luck.
I think we should
Okay.
let our new friend Red to introduce himself. We already understood he's from Bangladesh,
Oh,
which is great. He
Red's
just
already
came in-
been here. Red's
Yeah,
already been here.
yeah.
Boy.
I've been
sorry.
here in December. Yeah, I've been
Oh,
here last
sorry
December.
there. Sorry. Okay. So from
Wonderful.
Bangladesh,
Okay.
great.
I've been here before. Yes, I'm from Bangladesh. If you have any
So
like questions about Bangladesh, you can ask me.
I wanted to make a
Kevin
question
Archer.
to all of you here, and that is every campaign, be it a military campaign or political campaign, everything is planned. Who made the plan for this military and political campaign against Russia? That's my question.
Someone with a very, very big imagination, and someone who honestly has no idea what he's doing. And this is the common thing. Like, as a military man myself in the United States, you know that your higher ups are very, very undertrained, and like everybody blows smoke up the next guy's ass in America. Everybody, the NCOs and the older generals, like I'm talking about the older guys, those are the only people that actually have any clue what's happening. Everybody in the middle, man, is absolutely clueless. So that's the military. Diplomatically, you already know our guys are just complete animals. So I have no idea who's doing it, but it's scary.
You
Could
have
it
to understand, just
could it be
to
essentially
answer
done?
Semilian, you have to understand that you had thinkers 100 years ago who have thought about geopolitics and they've written books. And to follow the generations that follows them, those thinkers were retaking those thinking, those books, and reactualized to their time frame. And now you have the last generation, today's generation of people who are in charge, like Victoria Nuland, Anthony Blinken, Sullivan. I mean, those guys are just looking at the books, reading it, and try to implement it.
Not even reading it.
Oh yes, I mean, they've read the chessboard book made by Brzezinski.
That's right.
I was actually,
Where it stated Russia without Ukraine is no more.
yeah, I was actually going to answer.
And then Brzezinski, before he died, just mentioned that it's a bad idea to do it, but he didn't read in his book. And it's too late because the machine was launched.
I think there is a thing about Washington, even if it's the Democrat or the Republican Party in power, in the government, you have always some kind of establishment who basically support war everywhere. It's obviously linked to the military-industrial complex, but it's maybe more than that. And I think the thinker, the guy who makes the plan, are among them. And they are not among the first people, about the people who see in the media and so on. I think the plan is made by some other people. George Bush was speaking about the underground crazy people, the crazy people in the basement. I think it's something like that.
Yeah, and actually, to answer what Samuel had asked and to add a little bit to what RL had said, Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote that book in 1997. So technically, there's been a plan for this since 1997. And interestingly enough, Joe Biden in 1997 um, was asked a question, and he answered it and said the only way the Russians would go hostile is if the United States interfered in Ukraine. That's on video. Nobody can deny that. So that means they knew that this is the one thing that Russians can't stand for is a hostile Ukraine. And also it's important to mention this within because people forget about the timeline. What's his name? Former Zelensky's advisor, Alexei Arestovich. I think it was in 2019 on television. He said, I bring this up to a lot of people because it's important. He said that there are only two ways. So one, they culturally get dominated by the Russians. For you guys who have played the civilization games, you know what cultural domination is. So technically, Ukrainians become Russian even whether they want it or not because of the overwhelming language and culture. So he said there's either cultural domination or they go to war with the Russians and divide the Russians and the Ukrainians for good because of bad blood. So and that was in 2019. So and he said that he sees a war coming. So that means that was in the plans even within Ukraine. That makes the Ukrainian leadership the most irresponsible leadership probably in this planet because they knew this was going to happen. They planned it. And as John Kirby was asked why Ukraine was failing in February or whatever sometime, and he said that we've been preparing this war for years. So these had been in preparations for a long time. So yeah.
You know that some people said exactly the same thing about Russia. That Russia is preparing for this war for basically since Putin come in power. So I think we have to be very careful about this kind of thing because you are always going to find a thinker, a philosopher, a planner, someone who has seen in the future an event which is happening now, okay? And you are going always to think, they know about it. But in fact, it was only one person, okay? And to create a plan, to make a strategy, you need a lot of people.
No,
You need the whole establishment.
You have
So
milestone in history.
Something for 20 years, you need 200 people. I don't know, a lot of people.
I mean, you have milestone in history, and one of it was 2001, 9/11.
Yes.
And then just after that, George Bush Jr. decided to scrap the ABM treaty. And just after that, when Donald Trump came to power, he decided to scrap the Intermediate Range Treaty.
He's asking a lot of people about it.
I mean, the Russians immediately understand that there is something fishy with the 9/11 2001 thingy. And then when George Bush decided to scrap the ABM treaty just afterwards, that the Russians made that makes the Russians thinking.
You can tell there's been a plan in place anyways. I mean, look at the guy that Al was talking about earlier, the Polish defense guy. He's getting in place with his own company 2 years before the war starts in Ukraine. I guarantee if you go back and look through, you can see all kinds of politicians and other people getting positioned in Eastern Europe and NGOs and, military. This guy, I guarantee this Polish guy, he's not even making shit. He's probably just a funnel for NATO weapons to go wherever. But, he's got his own business now. He's his own business. He's just a front for the CIA or whoever. I mean, they've obviously had designs on Russia for a long time. They've obviously started implementing the plan after the Soviet Union collapsed. I mean, and you can see the ramp up in the last few years. Look at Romney, Pelosi, Lindsey Graham, Biden. You know, they all got their fucking hands in the cookie pot in Ukraine. These Polish guys, all these other dudes are opening up companies in Eastern Europe that are just into military stuff all of a sudden. You know, I mean, everybody knows what they may not have been in on the plan, but they all knew the money was coming, so they all got in position to get their hand in the trough.
Lando Boy. I'm looking at Lando Boy because he's new here to the chat, so we got to give him his time to introduce himself, guys. And I wasn't checking myself out. I just didn't know what his name said. Go ahead, brother. Welcome to the open mic.
Hi everyone. I'm an American, but my parents are Russian, so I feel like I have a bit more insight to this whole situation. And my name's Landon. It's just Lando Boy's a nickname that I have. Yeah, it's just I feel like NATO isn't very. They say they're a defensive alliance, but right after the Soviet Union collapse, they already had a plan for everything. I mean, NATO expanded so rapidly and so quickly, and so that it was like thousands of miles away from Russia, like Moscow, to where they're already on the border by like 2000 with Estonia and Latvia. And days before the war even started in Ukraine, Kamala Harris said, "Oh yeah, there's a path for Ukraine into NATO." And so it really just, eventually, Russia just can't let themselves be surrounded by NATO. It's their main enemy. It's the main the buffer zone that they have with Ukraine and Belarus and etc. nations like that is their main defense against the West. It's been their defense against historical enemies like Napoleon, Hitler, all that stuff. And so now I feel like while yes, Russia did start the war and it's their fault that they started the war, Ukraine would have been in NATO eventually whenever they would get their whole act together. So NATO has just prolonged this war to a point where it doesn't need to be, and they've just sent hundreds of billions of dollars to kill millions or hundreds of thousands.
I got a question for you, Landon Boy. I got a question for you. Has your parents ever talked to you about I'm assuming you're like in your maybe 19s or 20s. You sound young.
No, I'm 14.
Jesus. All right. So this is gonna be even better. So your parents
has a political position. That's great.
Yeah. So, but the question is, because you're 14, that means your parents are probably in their 30s to 40s. So they were born towards the end of the Soviet Union. Have they ever told you stories about how life was? I'm curious. Have they ever told you anything like this?
So my mom was born in 1985. She doesn't have many. She was in the Soviet Union. She didn't have many memories of the Soviet Union. She just remembers that her grandmother, I think, was she lived during the Stalin era, and she had to hide bread from the she would have rotting bread in her cabinets or whatever to hide it from the I forgot what they're called.
Probably a commissar of some sort.
NKVD.
The NKVD. And so even when she got into old age, whenever the Stalin era was over, she said that she was still because back in the Stalin era they had to eat grass because of how bad it was. They had to literally eat grass and rats and whatever. It's just horrible. And so I don't support any of this authoritarian stuff, but I feel that Zelensky in Ukraine is even worse than Russia. I mean, Zelensky is just basically letting his people die in this counteroffensive, and then he's just oh, it didn't work. Now we need F-16s. Now we need long-range missile systems. Now we need, maybe it'll even go to NATO troops in Ukraine, and then that's war. So it's really
just never forget these stories, okay? Thank you for sharing your stories from your family. I myself, I live in Russia. My woman is Russian. My kids will be Russian. And it's just very nice to hear a young man speak. You're really cool.
Thanks.
So I wanted to answer, to bring some interesting comments from a major general that was in Kosovo, a Portuguese one, that was in Kosovo responsible for the Stratcom. and he made very interesting comments on the Portuguese television, which was about that all these stratcom that we are seeing now, all these narratives being created, this is not NATO. No army has the ability to do this. This has been outsourced. And I think this is also the outsourcing of this communication also creates a kind of a chaos and a ridiculous how sometimes it is orientated. That was just a point. The other thing I going within the role of topics people were bringing, I think I already saw here. I think, yes, they planned these crises in advance. That's more than obvious, but the pandemic, I think, brought many elements of surprise for the West that was not counting on. You see, in 2021, what happens is that for the first time in history, well, at least in the history that we have known as capitalist history, it is in Asia that the economical coming back starts, the kicking off, which is China making the kicking off of the world coming back after the pandemic. And this let many people in Europe or the strategists in the United States a bit confused for the plannings they had. I think this is quite a good point of starting and explains a lot, because Ukraine was not prepared to start this crisis. There is a kind of an element of surprise. I think they were much more prepared to start Taiwan as a crisis than they were in the Donbass. This makes also a bit of a sense to understand how Zelensky somehow he's always improvising. Somehow everybody is improvising at this point. Nobody has a book anymore. I don't know what Ms. Brzezinski wrote, what is coming, but I feel a lot. There's a lot of improvisation in these last months.
Shall we? Go ahead. Then I'll say
Yes,
something.
I wanted to add something about a comment made earlier about the fact that basically NATO has created some kind of master plan or some kind of complot after the end of the Soviet era. I don't agree with that. I think what they created is an ideology, okay? Because when you create a plan, you have to understand what you are going to do, what your opponent is going to do. You have to think different strategic solution, and there is no such thing. It's just an ideology. Basically, what our aim is and what we are ready to do to go to this aim. It was just that. There was no really planning. And I think into what the West is doing, there is no longer planning. It's just ideology, and I don't think they're able to live this way. Their own ideology is bringing them in a direction they maybe even don't want. Yes, Abel?
No. I have the exact opposite thinking. Ideology is just something you sell to public opinion. The real goal was to,
you
the
said
real
it to
target
yourself.
was Russia. Just look at what happened in Ukraine since 2014.
To target Russia
It
is
was
some kind
about,
of ideology.
was about the same time frame with what occurred in Syria. The only foreign base that Russia had in the Mediterranean Sea.
Yes,
so you got Sebastopol and you got Tartus. That was the main target. It was the Russian bases because they want to diminish Russian power.
Do you think there was really a plan behind the Syrian intervention?
To bring mess everywhere. And now
you
it's
understand that
backfiring
during the
Russia,
Syria rebellion?
in Syria, Russia made well. Still today,
Yes.
Bashar al-Assad is still in power
Because
and now
NATO
is
was not
accepting back in Arab League. And what you see in Ukraine, the first thing the Russians have done
Syria was just a
was
big
to
mess
take
for the Western
Crimea.
nation.
That was to take Crimea. That was the first thing they have done.
Okay.
Yes,
so what I want to
agree
say,
with you, but
to add to what Prada was saying, is the following. I do agree in part with what Prada said, and the way in which I agree in the fact that they were more prepared to start the Taiwan crisis than the Ukraine crisis or Donbass crisis is that if you see, you would have seen the delivery of equipment for Ukraine to liberate the Donbass way earlier. You would have seen a lot of information, a lot of tracking, a lot of equipment going to Ukraine before the Russians even moved, if they were prepared to start this crisis. You were seeing that, but it was a very slow process. They were ramping up a lot faster over at Taiwan, where there were ships, there were transfers of equipment, etc., etc. But go ahead, Shadowway. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, go.
So, so by the way, there's a high possibility that that determination of who to go after first would have been determined by which political party is in power in the United States. So Republicans are very much anti-China, and then the Russians are majority anti-Russian as opposed to be anti-China. So, so I think that played a role. Even now, if you watch the politics in the U.S., there's a lot of rhetoric against China from the Republicans saying, when the war, when we get in, we won't care about this war, blah, blah, blah. They say that our main enemy is China. So I think there may have been a political dimension to it. But on the other hand, I think so the strategy, so the US government moved from the strategy of combating near powers, which near powers are countries like, like Iran, and they went for the powers. And the funny thing is that a friend of mine was asking me right after the war began, was like, how did you know this was going to start? And I told him, man, just observe these countries and you can tell. The US moving from Afghanistan, they moved from Afghanistan so that they can go and deal with the Ukrainian issue. So and I also knew it was going to happen around February, and it was a guess, but I was right. And the reason why I was right is the war in Georgia also happened during the Chinese Summer Olympics. So I had predicted that the war in Ukraine would also start during the Olympics in China, and it actually did. And I figured out that the reason why they do that is to get the attention from the Olympics from China, which they consider an adversary, right? But the other thing is, another mistake a lot of people make is they assume something is done for one reason. Even the attack on Syria, it was done for multiple reasons. It's just many reasons come together. But somebody can correctly say that, oh, there's a main reason. Somebody can argue it's energy. Somebody can say it's geopolitics. But there's never usually one reason. There's multiple reasons for something to be done. The question that I haven't answered myself personally is why it was done at this time. Because as I had said in a previous open mic, is that this took a lot of planning, and the US knew they were taking a huge risk, like de-dollarization and all that. They knew this was a risk, but they decided to take it. So that's the one thing I still haven't figured out, why it was important to go after Russia at this time.
I want to just verify, because I think I have an answer. Are you saying why was it important for Russia to go after Ukraine, or why was it important for the West to double down against Russia?
No, why did they? Because Ukraine was triggered towards this. Like when they were being told to remove the heavy weapons from the east, when Russia said, "Hey, we are serious about this." Zelensky, there's a video Zelensky where Zelensky is telling his soldiers to pull back the heavy weapons, and the soldier tells Zelensky no. So there's much more to the conflict. But what I was wondering is, there seems to be a faction within the West that was pushing for this very, very strongly. So what I was wondering was, why now? Like, what window is closing that they have to deal with? Somebody was suggesting that it's the hypersonic weapons that they have to deal with the Russians before the Russians fully become experts in hypersonics. But yeah, so that was what I was wondering.
I don't know. Actually, I guess Wakar, you might have something to add.
Yeah, I think there's a need to cover the historical background, because the point I think raised by Lemon Boy, and then we come to Ukraine. After the fall of Soviet Union, there was a PNAC, a Project for New American Century, by some of the neocon, and some of them are still there. Like John Bolton is there, and definitely this has been followed in letter and spirit. So there was a big class of a plan of strategic chaos, and that was against the developing world, mainly MENA region. I attended a seminar in France, in IHED and the Defense University or College, And there was then that time I think the Gaddafi had been toppled, and they were really rejoicing. And then they drew a map of MENA region with a line along the southern Mediterranean, and then one passing through Nigeria, Kenya, and going up to Pakistan. And they said this is the future area of instability and destabilization. And I said, this is bulk of Muslim countries. So are you thinking of destabilizing them? They said, no, this is how it is. And then there is because of effects on MENA region. If you look at Syria, if you look at Iraq, then of course North Africa, the refugee crisis was created. And then I raised the point that if you feel that you can create a crisis in Northern Africa, in the MENA region, and Mediterranean will be safe because people don't have an option to go across Sahara to South Africa. They will jump the Mediterranean and start getting into Europe. And I think even today, people are crossing by boats become a serious problem. So these are the, I think, results of this chaos strategy, which is still being followed. Then there was a study, U.S. Air Force study in the War College, and there were certain timelines I mentioned. This was 1996, and one of the timelines, one was of course Saddam being eliminated in 2001 and 2, and then it was Russia-Ukraine War 2014. It was very intriguing and surprising. How could U.S. Air Force officers of the rank of wing commander or lieutenant colonels thinking of Russia-Ukraine War in 2014? And look at the date, the time. So I'm sure the strategic chaos plan was there. Initially, it was applied against the developing countries, not very big powers. It was asymmetric, like Iraq. You had Afghanistan, you had Syria, and then triggering certain, international wars like Yemen. So I would say that that phase has passed. The Middle East and Arab world themselves realize that we can't get involved into, and that's how the China comes in, especially the rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia. This is actually epoch-making, historic. Nobody could believe that Shias and Sunnis will sit together and then talk of peace across the Gulf. So it became as a big surprise to this entire plan. Now we come to Russia-Ukraine war. I think it was definitely planned long time back, and they thought that as the NATO starts expanding towards east, and since Russia had economic problems when President Putin came in, that they could keep on pushing. And as I think this Brandon boy pointed out, that now they are really sitting on the toes of President Putin, and that's why there was a response. So plan was there. The only thing is how did they implement it? So there were a lot of presumptions that the way they have handled MENA region, probably this is how they will handle Eastern Europe, and there'll be definitely pressure on Russia. They could do it through economic version, stopping their energy supplies and hitting it economically. But I think the war turned out to be totally different. The response by Russian Federation was, I think, what any country would do it, because look at Russian, sphere of defense and security. So these Eastern European countries were very much part of the architecture, and there was a limit up to which you could push Russia. So this was a very, very logical response. So when President Putin says that this is basically a defensive measure, and I'll go with that, because I think yesterday we was watching a video by an American thinker, and he was saying there are 900 bases, American and Western bases across the world. And how many, let's say, do the Russians or the Chinese have outside? I think Russians may be having 5, and that they're, I think, mostly related to Europe, and one base in Syria. And Chinese are now probably doing something. So 900 versus 20 or 25. So this is absurd logic that NATO is a defensive alliance. Basically, it is an offensive alliance. And the presumption was that they could, the way they have handled MENA, they would be able to handle Russia. But I think things have turned out very different. And what has happened inside Ukraine is the outsourcing of the war planning and the war command, or the leadership. Because although the Ukrainian forces are fighting and the troops are fighting, the command of the forces has been outsourced to NATO. So they are not bothered how many Ukrainians are killed and how much is the destruction in eastern Ukraine. Because they basically, as I say, it's an info ops theater that they wanted for point scoring, and maybe they thought that there's something would come out. So that has, I think, gone very badly. It has actually affected the Western power. Economically, the de-dollarization, acceleration is because of this war. And then the thought in Africa, in the Middle East, in Bangladesh, in Pakistan, India, that no, we can't, basically be hostage to this thought. So there's a lot of global reaction coming up. And I'm sure within Europe, there are a lot of calls like Hungarian president, like others, even France, I think is realizing that ultimately, and how much Europe has suffered. Look at economically, job losses, inflation, and what has happened. So I think this war has gone very badly, and still there is a time for negotiations. And in case you want to discuss the counteroffensive and how it should have been actually tailored and what they have done, we can even discuss, the minor aspects.
Yeah, that was really good.
Can I talk about like a comments? Like, so like someone talked about like what do you guys basically like think about what happened in like 2014 in Ukraine? Like some people say there was a coup and some people say it was a revolution by the people. Like what do you guys think about it? I just wanted to hear your opinion.
So I wanted to
what happened in like February and March specifically in 2014.
I wanted to make a comment about when we are talking about what brought us here. I think what brought us here is pretty much observable by where we are now. I mean, the war. What brought us to the war? We can see what the effects it created, and the effects are perverse, which is very interesting. If the West wanted to decelerate some forces that were in the world, changing the geopolitical configuration that we had for almost 200 years. They change a little bit, but it's still the same center in the West. Then everything accelerated. So I call this a perverse effect. But anyways, talking about ideology, like Shadovi was saying, ideology played a lot of reason here as well, because there was some thinkers created an environment for things to happen. And we saw, especially in Eastern Europe, how anti-Russian sentiment was on its highs in the last years. It was like incredibly getting almost fanatic anti-Russian. I'm talking about the Baltic countries, but also Poland. Poland started creating the image that I think it was 2011 when an airplane with a Polish president fell down in Russia. And they created the idea already during the pandemic that this airplane was shut down by the Russians, which is not true, we know, but it doesn't matter. They were creating this hate, this long existing hate. And this actually played like Makati was saying, there are some people in the Western world, they were very, very keen in going to something on the big revenge. And I think this played a big role, and I recognize it. On the other side, I also see that some more moderate forces didn't want to go to the war. So we see this desperate attempt of using Navalny to create a color revolution in Russia, which was completely blown up, but nevertheless, it did exist, and this is impressive. How actually the West is not so united as they think they are, and as things get worse, probably we're seeing more and more people getting out of the game. And going back to Akar saying that the outsourcing of the management of the war to the West and the way they don't care about people, it's impressive because we see more and more this type of kamikazes attacks. They have very little chance of having any success. And nevertheless, they send these young men to die, not caring about their future, their wives, their sisters. So they are not, and this, what they called it, like shaping the front with human flesh. It's impressive, which makes no sense.
Prada, I want to say, like, as having combat action and having combat experience, not even the Taliban would use men like the Ukrainians are doing right now. This is not an exaggeration. I have never seen anything like this, where putting men in trenches to get bombarded by artillery or doing offensives or recon by death. This is not something that happens even in extremist organizations. So that I just have to add that while you're talking about how these people.
No, thank you. I wanted to go to that, but I don't know what to say. Just said everything. It's
But
some of these last attacks are so they end up in such a bloody a conclusion that I don't know what their point. And even those stupid attempts of trying to use some boats to cross the river. What is that? They tried so many times. They failed. Why they keep trying?
Vaughn, I want to hear what you got to say.
Oh, I was just gonna say. I mean, I was on tanks, so we were, mechanized, warfare. Like I said, as an American soldier, I had expectations. Like if they're sending me, I expect there to be A-10s and F-16s and Patriots and HIMARS and MRLSs and Bradleys and infantry. And the idea that they're training these guys NATO, equipping them NATO, but then they don't even fight anything resembling what you think is the NATO doctrine. They're just sending these guys to die with. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If I was a tank, if there was no minefields and stuff and you could bum rush these positions, then it would make sense to do what you're doing. But since they know there's minefields there and they have to clear them, to come in with like a half a dozen clearing vehicles to try and, basically assault probably a battalion tactical group if you get to the lines, not the guys in the outposts, but they probably got a company spread out in these outposts and they got ATGM teams and they're just sending these guys in there. I mean, the drones obviously ain't picking up shit. The ISR that NATO's providing is not picking up shit. Or if it is, I guess they're not telling them or they don't care. Because, if I, as an American tanker, if they told me to go do this attack, I would be pissed. I'd be fucking livid that they're sending me, oh, here, just drive through this minefield. Hope you make it, bro. You might see a Su-24 if it's lucky to make it. Oh, and you'll hear like some mortars go off, maybe if you get some artillery. But it's I don't want to say criminal because that's hyperbolic, but extreme negligence is what's being done with these guys and the way they're being sent. It's like it's a slaughter. It's disgusting because like I said, there's nothing. You're sending these guys into a kill sack. And they know it's a kill sack, and you ain't even giving them nothing to fight with. You're not even giving them a chance. The Leopard's a damn good tank, but it ain't worth a fuck if you're going to set it in there and just let it get bombed by Lancet drones and Krasnopils, and then whatever attack helicopter happens to be hanging out nearby. Oh, look, I get to kill my first Leopard or my first Bradley. That's pathetic. They have no air defense. They have no aircraft. They have nothing, and they're sending those guys to die for what, a few hundred yards every other day over the same terrain.
Well,
and look at the trenches they're going through, the videos. You can see dead Russians and Ukrainians, then you can see other unidentifiable dead people partially buried. And then you can see things sticking out of the ground buried even deeper. And that's all within the last, month in the same area. Nothing's getting done. It's just pathetic. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It really makes you wonder what these people are thinking that are sending these guys to die. Because they're not doing shit.
Do you think the same thing happened in Vuhledar, like when the Russians tried to capture or tried to attack it earlier this year, but they basically faced the same problems with the minefields.
They had but a lot of them just stopped and they left the vehicles and ran down the road. Once they got hit, they stopped and they, a lot of guys got fucked up because they kept trying, but. Some of those videos, they just pulled off on the side of the road and left.
The Russian military is not allowed to do this. Let's go around the people that are raising their hands. Let's let them talk and see what's up. Go ahead, Simeon, and then Wakar.
Okay. So what I want to say in regards to what Prada was saying, or rather, let's let Wakar talk first because I wanted to talk on a point that Prada made. Go ahead, Wakar.
Okay. Yeah. At the cost of repetition. Initially when we started in DPA discussions on how the war was going on, initially it was probably that Russians were looking for space, or even we went wrong. And gradually then we realized, no, it was more of a destruction-oriented strategy. And the way they have, I think, built up this wall of defense. And then, of course, the weather and terrain was also affecting, when the snow came and then it was a different thing. And then we also expected probably in June, this is going to pick up the fighting. So one is, as far as the Russian planning is, it's a monolith controlled by a political military leadership. The operations are being, done under unity of command and under a plan. Whereas in case of Ukraine, as we discussed, it's outsourcing of the command, and it creates its own problems. And then they started doing, mid-course corrections. Now coming to this counter-offensive, because I feel it is very important to discuss the operational part of it. There was definitely an info of that Leopard 2s and M1s and what not is coming, and it's going to be the what they call it, the wonder weapon. It's going to change the complexion. It doesn't change the fundamentals of the war and the battlefield, because even if you look at the so-called counteroffensive, logically one armor should have been used concentrated with definitely as a combined armed group with a lot of infantry and sappers and engineers who would be clearing the minefields. Knowing that Russians have now built a defensive line, so there's always an area in between two defense lines which we call in South Asia the security zone. So the battle is now taking place in the security zone. It's not touched the Russian main defenses. So it's known as the Battle of Frontiers. It could be at the start of the war between two countries, because both sides would never place their defense line right, at the border. So it's always, given a depth. So even if there's a pause or the phase of operation like it is taking place, Russians have a defense line, and then there is a no man's land or a security zone in between, which is like 15 to 20 kilometers. And then there's, of course, the issue of crossing of the Dnieper River and inducting forces, which gives a lot of signature about where the point of application is. So here again, they have, I think, gone wrong. I think I'll go with Don and Vaughn, what they have highlighted, more like suicidal, attacks and insane suicidal attacks, instead of, using it concentrated and through a plan. So basically, if you venture into security zone, which is lightly held by reconnaissance, and Russians are very smart, they would layer in, these elements, and then they start destroying it with their firepower and air power and artillery, and now drone warfare. So basically, it is nothing like counter-offensive. It's more like penny pockets use of armor, and then losing men and material. And I don't think so that Ukrainians and NATO will get anything out of it. Yes, it can again be projected as an info of. So you look at their maps that we have traveled, 5 kilometers and captured so and so village. This is happening in the security zone. It's not so far breach the Russian defense line. So here again they have gone wrong. So that phase of breaching of defense line has not come, and the Russian strategy is probably to destroy maximum forces within this zone. And then I don't know what happens, because if that is strategic reserve which Ukraine is using, what happens after that? And if they lose a lot of armor and through minefields and firepower, what happens? So maybe it becomes easier for Russians to then start the next phase of operation. So I feel that everything has gone wrong so far, and I don't know which books are they reading. They are basic, tactical battalion brigade level books that we were taught as lieutenants and captains and sergeants, and so they are, I think, violating all forms of fundamentals of battle, fundamentals of war. So it's going very badly, and unfortunately, Ukrainians are suffering. Now they're talking of bringing in F-16. It's an absurd info ops theater, and it's not going to give them anything.
Okay, now onto the point that I wanted to make, because I let Wakar first. Prada, I'm interested in something that you said. You said that they have been escalating the hate on Eastern Europe against Russia, right? So, do you think they intend to use this as a sort of failsafe to escalate the conflict? Or why is this hate
to
imbued
convince
into
to
this
convince the other Europeans, But I think Shadovi will be very good in explaining that.
You're muted, Shadowi.
You're muted. You're still muted. There
Okay, sorry. I was saying about what Wakar told earlier. I think the main problem actually for the Ukrainian is that I have the feeling they haven't a unified command. What I mean is that sometimes you have the impression that it was a local headquarters who takes the decision, sometimes is a political guy in Kiev, or sometimes is a NATO guy. And you never know who is in command. And when you see the attack, the counter-attack, you have the third phase when there is basically a NATO style of attack with armored spears who try to pierce against the defense, but without their own air defense or their own air cover. So they fail. very fast. And just after that, we have a second phase where you have a classic Ukrainian war attacks with infantry and behind them the armored vehicles who try to cover them on the drone and everything we have seen so far. That's really a two-stage attack who let me think that there is basically two headquarters. I don't know what you think about that.
I'm going to add my military analysis on some of the things that have not been covered. And I think that it's important on an open mic to make it known. There's a lot of channels that cover the war and they like to talk about the war. And like Wakar was saying, and I believe this as well, like when you use a limited force, which Ukraine has, a limited number of armor, a limited number of men, a limited number of everything. When you use it offensively, being the country that should be on the defense, because their best option is defense. No matter what anybody tells them, their best chance of success is defending and actually reacting to an attack. The most effective Ukrainian has been, the most effective they have been is as soon as an attack happens, they do something. We saw this early in the war, and those days are long gone because they went into their trenches. But now I want to talk about, I've talked about Avdiivka, whatever the hell that city name is. The best thing they could have done is make that city, push something in that city, because it's been a thorn in the Donbass for so long. What they could have used to protect a city like this, they've wasted it now in this offensive. They've wasted any chance of actually defending the next big battle, which Russia will choose. When Russia is ready, they're going to choose the next place. And guess what? The idiots already wasted everything they could have used to defend. Now, this is why I believe as well, they just do everything wrong. I can't believe they're doing Russia's job for them.
They have a problem in their headquarters. They have to have a problem to be so incompetent.
This is the next big battle because they are sacrificing their material. This constitutes a big battle, hence.
It's going to be wherever they want.
Well,
I
would
always
not
consider a
I
big
think
battle.
big
I always
battle.
consider a big battle,
Guys.
whatever
I
Russia
think Makadi wanted to make a great point, but he lost himself. Do you want to speak up because you had your hand in your hair so long?
Yeah. It was about I was trying to answer a question by Red where he was asking whether you should consider the Maidan a revolution or a coup.
Oh, sorry.
Well, the first thing to consider there, I mean, the evidence is clear. So when Victoria Nuland was asked about the whole thing in one of those congressional meetings, she said that she was asked how much money has been spent. He said that they spent like $8 billion or something like that. Or $5 billion. It's $5 billion for pro-democratic forces. So first of all, that tells you those people are bribed. A lot of money was spent. So that's number one. Number two is the fact that a simple fact that the embassy of the U.S., the website of the embassy of the U.S. in Ukraine had directions for the protesters where to go. Yeah, that clearly tells you that these people are being directed. Secondly,
Right.
it was obviously about the whole EU thing and many other things, but I would not consider it a revolution. Almost also because after it happened, there was a poll carried out in Ukraine that shows that 82% of Ukrainians wished the Maidan never happened. So it is not a revolution if a majority of the people did not like it. So that makes it a coup.
Okay, so personally, me, I think like many people say it's a revolution because on the 23rd of February, President Yanukovych was kicked out of his post. Like basically, he was stripped off his position as a president. But
he was removed while he was still in the country. That's why it's a coup.
Yeah,
they could have waited 2 months for the elections, but they chose not to wait for the elections.
No, like the vote, the vote that took place to remove him was also unconstitutional because Ukrainian, like the constitution doesn't has a major loophole. Basically, it doesn't allow any president who has like fled his position to be removed by a vote. Uh, so basically, when the vote took place, the Ukrainian parliament said it was according to Article 112 of the Constitution of Ukraine. And Article 112 states that it should be in accordance with all Article 108, 9, 10, and 11. So basically, Article 108 states that the authority of the president of Ukraine shall be subject to an early termination in case of resignation, inability to exercise presidential authority for health reasons, impeachment, or death. So as you can see in these four conditions, like there aren't any conditions for like a person just abandoning his vote, like just running away. So like he could have been like impeached, I guess, because I guess he has committed a crime. I guess he had
Desertion.
crime basically.
But that's what they
So,
alleged.
But listen. Like, he wasn't impeached. He was just removed under Article 112. And Article 112, as I said, must meet the four requirements, as I said in Article 108. And President Yanukovych didn't meet any conditions. Basically, he wasn't impeached. To impeach, you need a three-fourth majority, and they were 10 votes short of three-fourth majority. So I don't think that's an impeachment. He was removed according to the conditions of Article 108, but Article 108 doesn't contain any conditions for his specific case, which was fleeing his post. So basically, I think that this like removal of Yanukovych was basically unconstitutional because the constitution of Ukraine does not allow this vote.
Well,
you can.
One second, guys. Simeon has to log out. So let's just let him.
If I can speak after Simeon.
Okay, going to do a quick closing now. Thank you guys for letting me talk with you again today. In any case, for the guys over at YouTube, please give like and subscribe. And hope to talk to you guys on another opportunity. And just a bit of advice. If you want to learn why Alan is a Reddit troll, jump onto the open mic.
Bro,
guys.
Bro, you're a dead man.
Okay, can I continue my point? Can I continue? Okay, so basically what I was saying that, so as I explained, like why I believe this was unconstitutional. Like I think even
it's well known that it was unconstitutional. They
because
back then they alleged that he fled the country, but he was in the country all the time.
That's why we call it.
He fled. When the vote took place, he was in Kharkiv, not in.
Yep. Well,
not in
there's two ways to. Okay. RL, you've been waiting for like 30 minutes, man.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Yeah, and then
I wanted to.
Okay, so basically, like due to this, I think the vote was unconstitutional, and basically, like in these cases, the constitutional court, I think, should come in and like interfere and like stop these from happening. But like the thing is, like on the 24th of February 2014, like the Ukrainian parliament stripped the two main judges of the constitutional court of their position by a vote. So the constitutional court was also like kicked out. So there's no court to determine if this is unconstitutional or not, and this is clearly unconstitutional.
They kept changing everything after that. They used they did respect the constitution, wrote new laws, wrote everything. Well, in these 2 years, I think it was 2 years until the next election, they did all types of illegal things to sustain their power. And they illegalized parties. And now Zelensky, that nobody talks about, what Zelensky did just a little bit before the war and after the war, illegalizing parties, closing down opposition media, and so on. You see, nobody in the West actually is. Nobody really cares. That's a problem, but it's it's what it is. Ukraine today is not a democracy.
Did RL get to talk?
Oh,
yeah. Just wanted to jump into what Semilian and others have said about the loss of equipments, of valuable equipments. I mean, those equipments are not made in Ukraine. So the Ukrainians don't care really. And about those who are providing those equipments, the West, United States, Europe, it's yes and no. Yes, because those are expensive ones, but no, because those are equipments that are kind of outdated
Obsolete.
and they are scheduled to be replaced
But
no matter
who is
what.
losing the money? Look at
Like
who is
the
losing the money,
Bradleys, like the
not the
Maidan,
countries.
like the
I don't.
AMX-10RC, which are not anymore used by the French.
I don't believe that. That I don't buy into that as an American who like my country says, oh, we're sending all the stuff we don't need. I talk to my friends in the Marine Corps still. They're like, yeah, we don't have any more. We don't have any more artillery. We don't have any more of this. We don't have any more of that. Even if they replace it, they're not training with the real thing. They're not training with the things that they're going to use. You don't train.
That's another
With.
topic. That's another topic.
Just.
United States officials clearly stated that the Bradleys will be replaced. The AMX-10RC is already not anymore used by the French armies. The Maidan is already a piece of junk not used by the German Bundeswehr. The Leopard 2 is already an old tank that needs to be replaced by a new one, which is actually a prototype. That's just what I'm saying. Maybe there is not the replacement of those equipments already now, right now, but it's the plan. And of course, you have a difference between the military personnel who need the equipment to train and those who make the decisions. And of course, you have a gap, but who cares about what the people on the ground are saying, in fact?
Can I talk about a comment in the live chat?
I wanted to. I had like 3 or 4 things I wanted to touch on, especially actually read on what you were talking about the legality of what happened in 2014.
Yeah.
As well as I wanted to touch on what Dan was talking about like troop deployments, but that we can talk about that later. About legality, oftentimes people get really deep into the minutia of looking for legality in a situation like this, when politics, like what's written down within a constitution, although important, doesn't provide as much information or context as the decisions or actions taken surrounding an event. So someone brought up Victoria Nuland's discussion and speeches. Something else I haven't heard discussed is American, I guess you can call them sponsorships or funds into, or what are they called? Scholarships for students in Ukraine for specifically, it was called media influence and I think like it was essentially teaching people how to grow social media channels, how to grow political content on the internet.
To grow some weed.
No, they didn't teach them how to grow weed, unfortunately. That would have been a good plan, though.
Oh, they did enforce the Taliban.
Well, yeah, but
not with opium, but
in Ukraine, it was a much greater operation than just, oh, we got to get this vote and hope nobody notices, right? This was a extended operation psychologically. This was an extended operation politically from the United States into Ukraine to destabilize and, or what you ended up ultimately discussing, the overthrow of the government and installation of a new one. A lot of people didn't like it, but you still need to look at the context surrounding it. This overthrow didn't happen, this coup didn't happen because of some legal vote that happened in Kiev. This was a long time coming from the United States. Some people would say it's the CIA, some people would say it's the deep state, doesn't really matter. There was actions taken by external parties that essentially put Ukraine on this track long before that vote ever happened. As well as the work that Dan was talking about, right? Sending in soldiers without cover. I think we can really look at the actions taken by the Russian strikes weeks and months prior to the offensive beginning. There was that airstrike in Poltava, which kind of blew up on the internet because it hit a industrial depot. Apparently they blew up baby diapers or something, I'm not sure, but the Russians are saying they hit an S-300 depot, an S-300 missile depot, and this is why we're seeing a very, very, very weak air defense appearing on this theater, appearing on this front, as well as the Khmelnytsky strike, as there was one more, I think it was in the Zhytomyr, something like that. These were huge ammo depots that were basically obliterated in a single night's offensive strike. And people are talking about, oh, the Ukrainians didn't plan enough for the defensive. They're not having enough cover. I think it could be argued that they would have actually had a significant amount of protection and cover and capabilities if these strikes hadn't occurred. But although these strikes happened, Ukraine was still politically pressured for PR to commit on this offensive because they had pushed it. Winter offensive is coming, and then spring, and then they pushed it back to summer now. This is, I think it was a very, very deliberate PR stunt. You're seeing people like Zaluzhny even said, oh, I don't support this offensive. This is going to be an absolute shit show. Excuse my French. But it was going to be bad, right? They knew it was going to be bad. The Americans knew it was going to be bad. That's why you see the Americans running. Basically screening actions in the media. You're seeing all of the Western channels being like, yeah, Ukraine's having a really tough time right now, but the Russians are really suffering. The Russians are retreating from their lines and just shoving fresh meat into the front lines for them to get completely obliterated by the Ukrainians again. You're seeing these takes be popularized because at one point or another, you cannot hide the losses that you're suffering. And then there was another comment I saw in the chat about Budanov being and Zaluzhny possibly being dead. I'll talk for a while. I know Mehdi has been waiting to speak. So I would like to, if we could have a chance, could we talk about Budanov and Zaluzhny's supposed deaths? Mehdi, you're muted.
Like last month, there was some like, rumors about Zaluzhny being dead, but after a few days, like he just appeared on camera saying that he's well. Yeah. But I'm not sure about Budanov because
cover that in a minute. Strike, I wanted to let Mehdi speak because he's been sitting here very patiently for
yes, please, Mehdi.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for letting me up. Good morning, young man. And you are all young to me, but to you, young man, thank you for being awake enough to be here. We need more like you that are looking forward to prevent shit like this from happening again. Thank you for being here, sir. I just wanted about Zaluzhny. What was the other one now? The head of SBU, right? Yeah. You know, the State Department needs their scapegoat too. So that explains the second one. The military is going to use Zaluzhny as their scapegoat. The other one will be used as their scapegoat because he was more of the intelligence agency. You know, there's fingers pointing around everywhere for where this shit show is ending up. And nobody wants to take the blame for it. So they're going to look for the most convenient characters that they can blame that cannot defend themselves. They did it. I'm telling you, World War II, Eastern Front, downfall of the German Empire. The patterns are the same. It's the same thing. As it deteriorates, things literally are happening the same. The caster players are different. The names are all changed in some of the situations, but you know what? It's almost the same damn thing. As they retreat back, their forces get smaller and smaller. Hitler's getting more desperate. So he starts replacing commander after commander, which what happens is that he winds up being surrounded by sycophants who just tell him he can't do any wrong. Like when he jumped on Heinrici and Heinrici told him, frickin', you can't be doing this shit. You're going to destroy our army. None of the other ones would stand up with Heinrici. Had they stood up, Germany may have had a chance at least maybe stopping it at some point to a negotiation, but they did. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent, and I know it. I just think that they're going to be convenient counterparts to be blamed. The one thing that's not getting mentioned about this attack is the waste of all the specialized vehicles they need. They lost most of them in the security zone. They're not even close to where they need to be able to breach actual Russian multi multifaceted, multi-layered, mutual supporting lines. Right now, where the Ukrainians are traveling, they're just traveling wherever they can, which is exactly where they're being channeled to go. So just look at the terrain and look at where the Russians have their defenses and where they're settled down at. They're all on the high points. So whatever's flowing behind and in and around them is observationable and able to be taken, can receive fire from 3 different directions as once the further they go in, and even more. So sorry if I lost the plot on that.
No, you're good, Mehdi. Thank you. Did anyone want to talk about what's going on with Zaluzhny or Budanov specifically, because he was he was wounded in that missile strike in Kyiv? A Ukrainian what's their term? Parliament member of their parliament announced that he passed away in his sleep. So do you guys think he was killed on a strike? Do you think he was wounded?
I think they just had to get away from the public sphere for a while, because Bukhanov, for instance, he has said really bad stuff in the last the days before, or some days before he got lost, so to say, and Zaluzhny did exactly the same thing. He said some things that he shouldn't have publicly, and so they decided to take him off. As far as we know, both are probably alive. They didn't die.
About Zaluzhny, actually, what we see in the West is a blame the death game. Yeah, actually, the United States is trying to blame what happened with Nord Stream to Zaluzhny, because it's pretty convenient to blame anything on someone who is already dead.
True.
So
Zaluzhny is not dead.
I think Zaluzhny is dead. We will see if I'm wrong or not, but I think Zaluzhny is dead.
Well,
that's
he
why
doesn't need to be dead.
Many
He doesn't
on him.
He doesn't need to be dead to get blamed, right? He doesn't need to be dead to be thrown under the bus, so to speak. If you're wounded,
more convenient when he's dead.
Oh, you have to make sure that
but even if he's disabled, right? Even if he's disabled, right? Which would that theory probably stems a lot better, right? If he's wounded in some kind of way, maybe a brain injury, maybe a spine injury. If he's wounded in some kind of way, it's really easy to throw someone under the bus that way, and then eventually they'll die, right? You can let them, you can assassinate them, you can kill them off, you can have them be giving orders in a very open area, necessarily whatever it is. You can kill them off if you need to, but blaming Zaluzhny, even if he's alive, because he could be in theory severely wounded, dead, to say it doesn't really matter, right? But Zaluzhny being blamed for this stuff is a very, very interesting topic that I think we should dive into further, because for a long, long time we said, oh, we don't know who did the Nord Stream attacks, we don't know who did this, we don't know who did that, it was a national security protection, all this kind of stuff, and now suddenly there's these really subtle implications that the Ukrainians did it, and specific Ukrainians, maybe Zaluzhny, maybe Budanov, maybe Sirsky did it. So you're seeing, like in these little propaganda videos, right? You're seeing very, very subtle implications, but you're never seeing it outright stated. Point, yeah. RL.
So I don't think. There's something I saw that made me think that Zaluzhny is still alive, but Budanov may be dead. But then the question I ask myself is, what are the chances that Budanov would be in the building for the military intelligence? Like, if I was those guys, those are the places you'd never find me at. But and a lot of people saw that missile, and there was discoloration on the building, and people were saying that the missile probably missed. No. It went direct for the basement. It did not hit the main block. Yeah. It literally went direct into the basement. So he may have been cocky enough to believe that he's safe, like meters down the ground, but there's a possibility they got him. But the fact that these guys would actually be where you expect them to be is actually
he was announced to be dead. Ukrainians said he's dead. Budanov is gone.
Oh, wait a minute. Officially?
Yeah, Budanov is dead.
Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
A Ukrainian member of parliament.
I heard that he's in Germany for head treatments.
Yeah, they said he'd passed away in his sleep at the hospital. This was leaked by a Ukrainian member of parliament. Whatever they have, the Markova Rada, whatever it's called.
At minimum, he's become a vegetable.
Yes, but here's the thing, right? People are talking about Budanov. Budanov is a talking head. We've talked about this in a little bit more of a private chat. Budanov is a talking head. Imagine the people who were killed around him, right? Because he was probably he was there meeting with the heads of the SBU, what is it? GUR, because in Nigeria it's GUR. Yeah, NATO heads, right? Maybe not high-ranking NATO officials, but there was a significant amount of NATO officials probably briefing him on some information. And yes, he may have died, but that basement strike probably took out 3, 4, maybe 15 other people we don't know. And we're never going to hear reports on it because we only hear the big names.
Yeah, I think the bunker was definitely because I think that's how it it should look, because a Kinzhal missile was used and it's a bunker buster, right?
No, Kinzhal would have flattened. Kinzhal would have flattened the entire complex.
I think it's important to say that Bukhanov the days before said really horrible things and unacceptable in any terms for the West, even to read that. And I wanted to bring something else that the president of the Czech Republic, it's not a very important political figure, but he said something very also scandalous, even for the Western propaganda. He said that Russians living in Western countries should be submitted to monitoring of Secret Service like the Japanese in the US during the Second World War, which actually meant putting them in concentration camps, half of them being children. But that's not important now. The important thing is that sometimes ideology goes a bit upper the sky and it's too much even for our hate. Go on.
I wanted to add something about the death of high-ranking officer, high-ranking political figures in Kiev. That we have to not forget that I think everybody here has watched the video about Merkel and Hollande, who speak a lot of secret about the Minsk agreement and how it was basically a fake agreement. If you leave some people alive, they are going to speak. And I'm sure in the Western side, there is a lot of secrets they don't want to be spoken, like Hollande of Merkel have told everything to the mainstream media or to a very clever Russian guy. So they're going to be disappeared. Let's click like that. And a lot of people in Ukraine are going to be disappeared by the Western side at the end of the war. Or during the war.
You're muted, Mehdi. And Vaughn also, you're muted, both of you.
Well, I leave myself muted so that I can't disrupt. So anyway, what I want to say, Alan brought up a really good point about Budanov being gone. Is, one thing is do we even know? All we hear are reports from the Ukrainian side. For all we know, he's disappearing himself out of view and trying to run as fast as he can away from any of this shit. There was something else Alan said that I just had it and then I forgot it. I'll remember.
Go on, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, whether Zaluzhny's dead or alive, I kind of tend to lean that he's dead. From the point of the supposed strike on the bunker, from that point forward, the entire Ukrainian hype offensive fell apart. The wind was taken out of their sails. They got hit, and all those huge depots got hit. All those big concentrations got hit. Their air defense got hit. There was another report of another bunker hit that caused the earthquake. Then there's the hit on the SBU. You could, the reports that there's like hundreds of NATO people that were killed or injured in the thing. They probably took out a lot of the people that were planning the operation, and then the people that filled in those positions after the strikes. are probably incompetent and very inexperienced, and it's reflected in the fact that they're ordering these offensives and attacks and going along with things that are obviously suicidal. So I think Zaluzhny's out of the picture, and it is convenient for him to be blamed because he's dead or injured. He can't defend himself. And, you know, if you think you're going to have problems after the war with guys like Zaluzhny, you know, you get rid of him, you blame the offensive failures on him, Nord Stream on him, and any of his adjutants or assistants or underlings that you don't like, you can get rid of them too because you can throw them all in the lot. I think there's a lot of people probably getting ready to cut and run because what's going on. But yeah, I mean, it's perfect for them because he's obviously not available and he could be blamed. And then the other guy voted off, you know, whatever atrocities are committed by the SBU that are discovered, they'll just blame him if he's dead. I mean, that's what they always do. It's always someone else's fault. And those guys are in the position to be blamed. And, you know, I think that first strike on that bunker was the cascading effect on the entire offensive that's fallen apart. I mean, it's just been one hit after another after that. We just don't know how bad they are. We just see huge explosions. But I think they've been devastated since Zaluzhny was injured.
Okay, so that day, like, I saw some reports about like what Zaluzhny being like fired from his position because I personally think that Zaluzhny is a great general and he wouldn't have allowed this disaster in that counteroffensive to happen because as we can see, like the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the Zaporizhia region has been a disaster as is evident by the reports coming from there. But I think Zaluzhny was like what Zelensky or the other elites wanted to like start the offensive like right now, but Zaluzhny was like, no, this offensive needs more time to like plan or for it to work out. So I there's a chance that he might have been stripped off his position. So like the other official like Zelensky and can go like with this offensive, like start this offensive because
real quick to my point also, if you look at the way Bakhmut was handled after that strike, everyone's like, why aren't they pulling out? Why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? Maybe they were doing all the bad moves like Dan and everybody else has been saying because the guys calling the shots were all amateurs. They're all lieutenants and captains, not majors and colonels and generals. So I just think that's another example of possibly Zaluzhny being dead or a lot of the competent command being dead because Bakhmut was that's kind of the beginning of the disaster right there. I mean, stay to the end, fight to the end. And what did it get them? Nothing. 70,000 guys dead.
Yeah, I think Zaluzhny is like.
Now they're doubling down in Zaporizhia. It's probably going to be Zaluzhny way worse.
I think like Zaluzhny is one of the best generals in Ukraine. Like from what I can see, he's a really good general.
Oh, and by the way,
I think about Gerasimov's. Like they were close back in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I think that as I think he's a great general. I think he didn't want to go like start this counteroffensive now. I think he wanted to like start it later, but like Zelensky and his like other elites didn't want this to happen. Like he was like, no, we should start it now, like for the PR and stuff. But I think Zelensky cares less about PR and he like cares more about the military stuff that's involved here. So I think like he might have been stripped of his position, so they can go on with this offensive. Like they can start this counteroffensive. That's what I think. Like this might be not entirely true, but that's what I think because Zaluzhny is a really good general.
Nunya, your turn.
Oh, hey guys! Happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there. First of all, secondly, I'd just like to say everything Vaughn just said and some of the other guys about Zaluzhny, I completely agree with. I think it's fairly obvious that they're trying to change the narrative. And they're setting him up to be the fall guy, whether he's dead or incapacitated in some way. I think that's also pretty obvious. We haven't seen the guy since May, I think, at this point. So there's something definitely going on there. I think the narrative to anybody paying attention is they're looking to set him up as the person who blew up Nord Stream, the person who ruined the offensive, and so on and so forth. That's the first point. The second point I wanted to touch on was something Prada just mentioned about Peter Pavel, the Czech president. What he said was one of the most disgusting things I've heard in a long time. Basically, what he said was we should round up Russians the same way we did Japanese people back during World War II. Now, you know, I used to work with a guy who was actually born in one of these concentration camps, for lack of internment camps here in Canada, up in Kapuskasing, Ontario. It's about as far north as you'll get in Ontario. It's basically in the Arctic. That's where we sent our Japanese people back in the 1940s. He was one of them. And he's told me many stories about growing up in that camp. And the fact that a Western leader is even suggesting it, I think deserves more discussion, because it tells me that our Western leaders are, I would hope that they're acting irrationally, because the alternative to acting irrationally is they're just a bunch of racists. So I think they're just grasping at straws at this point.
I would like to add something to what Nunez said.
I just want to know what Clark has
This
to
is
say.
really bad. Just a second. This is just really bad because he was a NATO general. He didn't came up with that just like without nothing.
Right.
He's a very controlled, self-controlled person. He knew exactly what he was talking about, and probably even the consequences. He probably, because he's a general, he was not aware of the reaction of the public, which was not very good, but also it was not very publicized. But anyways, it's so dangerous because some people in those circles are thinking about it.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Makadi, you wanted to say something?
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention something about
Wakar,
Budanov
Wakar,
and
well, hold on. Wakar had his hand up for a very long time.
okay.
Akari, you can go ahead. Yeah. Then I come.
Oh yes, it's a very short statement, by the way. So I wanted to mention about the rhetoric and the whole fire thing that Budanov was doing. He's shouting, saying all these crazy things. So first of all, I don't think he believes most of what he was saying. So I've noticed that most of these countries, they usually have one of those people, right? So in the US, they have Lindsey Graham, who will shout all kinds of things and threaten nuking people and whatever. In Russia, there used to be Zhirinovsky, but then he passed away. And so Medvedev has taken that position of, going crazy, going on fire, So that's what Budanov was doing more than anything else, making threats and all these things. I haven't figured out why they need that person, but probably they need somebody to sort of lead the people towards, an aggressive direction or something like that. So I don't think Budanov really believed most of what he was saying.
Roger?
Okay. Yeah, I think a fundamental question is the element of hate and why it is required in wartime. So I'll just briefly go in the history and then relate two important aspects and then come to what is happening now. Have you heard about the Creel Commission or the Creel, group which was formed by the United States just before, during World War I? I think Woodrow Wilson was the president and he wanted to remain neutral, and he won the elections that he would not be, taking part in any European war. And when the war started and there was, U-boats and all that, so there was a lot of pressure now to bring the American public into war, and their perception had to be changed. So they then hired Mr. Creel, which was who formed a Creel Commission. Within 6 months, basically the aim was to, bring hatred against the Germans and then prepare the American nation for entry of US into war. So Creel Commission, went in hating the Germans. So they had 3 minutes or 4 minute stories by different people, because there was no social media. Actually, I don't think so. They had TV. So basically, it used to be, run in the theaters, the 4 minutes talk. And these, I think, guys were known as 4 minutes people. And so there were a lot of, talk about against the Germans. And within 6 months, the American nation was now ready to jump into war, and then Woodrow Wilson joined the war. So this has been an old book of creating hatred. Now come to what happened with the Russians in Europe and why there was talk and I think statement by the Czech president, whosoever you are talking about, is part of the same, I think, playbook that you start demonizing, initially leadership, because initially, they were targeting the hierarchy, the Russian Federation, President Putin, and let's say military commanders or Prigozhin, and then now they are homing on to common Russians. They also, there was talk of Russian elite and all that. So this is part of that old playbook that you create hatred in the nation. Basically, it's to gain the public support because war has to be supported by the public. But I don't think so now it is working, because when Europe is looking at what has happened to Ukraine, the amount of destruction that has been caused, and what cost the Europeans that themselves have paid. I think in terms of dollars, the aid so far, including military aid to Ukraine, is $150 billion now. I think 100 billion by the US and 50 by let's say Europe. So that's a huge cost that they are paying. Energy crisis and all that. So I don't think so it's going to work. But this is part of that old book. Now we come to discussion on these two leaders who have been dead or eliminated. I'll take you to Osama bin Laden episode. Many people believe that he was taken out by the Americans, but I think a lot of people in our part of the world believe that he was already dead 5 years before he was taken out. But the way it was built up, because they had to declare victory in Afghanistan, and then Obama was thinking of then pulling out some of the troops. So this entire drama was actually created. Yeah, entire drama was created, I would say. So these two gentlemen that they are using, whether they are alive or dead, is basically for public perception, scapegoating, or blame game. There's a lot of I think talk against the Ukraine hitting the Nord Stream in Western media, in Washington Post, I think New York Times, and I don't know whether they can read it that they have lost the war and now they have to blame Ukrainian or otherwise. So these are, I think, very in post-truth era where we are living, where anything can be twisted to prove any point, depending on how much strong you have the information operations. So this will keep, I think, people bewildered. And I don't think, like Osama bin Laden, you can't prove that he was taken out or not. Still, even
can
after
I
10
jump
years,
off of that?
Yeah, please.
It's beautiful that you bring that up, because in 2011 in May, I was on the Pakistan border in Afghanistan, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we got him," on the radio, and I was like, "We got who? Who are you talking about?" Nothing changed in Afghanistan. No, like nothing came from top. Nothing came from nowhere. It was just suddenly on the news, and I mean, none of us believed it. And honestly, this whole story, when I see interviews with this guy that he said he shot him, his story just doesn't add up on rules of engagement of how we do it. We don't go into a building, we don't kill the guy and then disappear the body. I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this. If you can extract the guy as especially a high value target. I've killed oboes. Be on the lookout for high value targets. I myself have taken down guys, and we have never desecrated the body. We haven't thrown it into a river. We take it in and we make sure it's him, and it's 100% identified. And I mean, I got this guy's identification card still. I have his clothes. I have everything from this man for proof that he's with me until eternity. So I definitely don't believe Osama was killed. And I think it's the same, like you're saying, they did the same with these guys. They could be dead. They can't be dead. They're just going to keep doing these stories. Peter's new.
I was going to make some last comments. I have to leave. It was great to hear you guys. It's a great open mic. Hope many more interesting topics come over. I just wanted to recall that I find these African mission amazing. I hope to see some developments in the next days, but anyways, I think they will keep a bit silence now that things have to go a bit through the back doors in order to be anytime perfective. They won't have, unfortunately, many successes because the Western powers are not ready to negotiate yet. Nevertheless, it was great, the great development. I hope there is a similar mission from Asia. That will make things very complicated. Even though I think we are seeing some very big changes in the way that the G20 is going to be directionate in order how to deal with this crisis with Ukraine. So, guys, wish you all the luck and good talks. Bye now. Cheers.
Hey, Peter, how are you?
Bye, Prada.
Just to point out about the money that was thrown in Ukraine. In about 1 year, more than 100 billion US dollars, which makes Ukraine the third most powerful in terms of money, military in the world, behind United States and China. That's incredible. Just to point out that. That's all.
Hey, Peter, how are you? Our new member.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let Peter introduce himself.
Yeah, I'm Peter. I'm from Sweden. What to say? You know, I lived in Russia back in the 90s, but then sort of got tired of the corruption, all the stuff that happened in the 90s. And then I left and sort of just forgot about Russia. And
Peter, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
We don't hear a whole lot about Sweden. I guess because it's not a member of NATO, but it's trying to be a member of NATO. What's the general feeling in Sweden around this whole conflict, and what do you take away from when you talk to your friends, family, people on the street, whatever?
You know, it's a very complicated situation. Like now, sort of everybody just want to go into NATO. We have been neutral for 210 years or something, and now everybody has throwing that away, and they want to go to NATO. And I think it's a really bad idea.
Do you think that that's the feeling of the general population, or the feeling of the government?
I think it's, you know, people are so brainwashed nowadays. They sort of they don't think, they don't analyze, they don't process.
Okay.
So yeah, but I try to make my point where I can, but it's really difficult now when you're muted.
When you or people like you make your points, how is it received?
Yeah, no, it's just the Putin puppet, or you know, it's like a dead end. You know, you can't speak to people anymore.
Wow. Okay. That's sad.
Yeah, it's really sad. But they sort of had this brainwashing for quite a long time. You know, with COVID, you know, people got crazy about this also. You know,
but that was the thing though. With COVID, Sweden was against they went against the grain. They didn't vaccinate. They didn't, isolate stuff.
I think we vaccinated. The only thing that we had, we didn't have lockdowns.
Right. But I was thinking, because Sweden went against the grain there, perhaps there'd be a different mentality in Sweden as opposed to, okay.
No, we have a history with Russia also. So,
right.
And sad history. And, you know, when I was in the army, you know, we always said like the enemy, and then, you know, eastwards, you know.
Peter, do you think Sweden will send Gripen to Ukraine or not?
Well,
That's my main question.
I don't know. I hope the conflict will be ended before. Hopefully, they will put an end to this. You know, the Russians will put an end to this conflict soon. But I don't know. Maybe they will suck. You know, just keep grinding on. You know, for 1 more year. Maybe then they will send Gripen. I don't know. You don't deal with sane people. The politicians. They're so ideological. Maybe I don't know. We send our artillery system and some infantry fighting vehicles. I think some have been taken out. I think already. Yeah.
Yeah, the countries in your area and Europe in general, everything that they sent. We had a panel a long time ago when they were talking about tanks, and any armored vehicle is basically an armored. How do you say this medical machine? Ambulance. It's basically an armored ambulance until it gets knocked out itself. It's sad that your government is sending things that it's people. The tax paid for those things, and now they send them to continue a war that they're going to lose. And I said they're going to lose because I don't know if you keep up with the war, but we talk about it on this program where they just use these humans as pieces of meat.
Yeah. I've been to Ukraine. I have some friends there. Most of them, they've come to Sweden already before this crisis, because they left because it was no possibility to raise a family in Ukraine. And one guy went back because he got this summon to the army, and so I have contacts on sort of both sides. It's really terrible. Excuse me?
I think he's very courageous to go back in Ukraine to fight.
It's really stupid, I said to him, why, in 1 year, it will be a nation of Ukraine. The only sane thing to do is just to leave the place, to my opinion.
He chose to be a soldier.
Yeah, but it's also a father and a husband.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty selfish at that point. No, I think if he was already out, I believe it's the opposite. If you're already out and you don't have to go back, and you having a wife and kids and choosing, it's the most, this conflict has been everywhere. So it's the most recorded in history. It has to be. And for him to go into this conflict, knowing how bad it is going for his country, knowing how disgusting his government has been, just to end up in a trench, I think it's disgusting if he has wife and kids.
Guys, I just wanted to ask you a question because I didn't hear this discussion until now. So if the Russian managed to take down the two heads of the army, the head of the actual army and the head of the secret service of the army, which was Budanov. So who is now in charge?
That's a question.
That's a good question.
Is there someone in charge?
Victoria Nuland, yes.
General Newland, General Milley, Viceroy Austin.
Do you think that? Because they are not on the plate. I mean, seriously, who is in charge? Who is in charge of this army?
NATO generals.
Mehdi, go ahead.
I believe that, but you know what? I wonder if some of these units they're just acting off of a standalone order that says basically when all else fails, attack from the front. Because Vaughn brought up something really important. These guys are just kind of, and Alan brought it up too, these guys are kind of figureheads. It's all the operational staff around them that may have been lost that is the actual problem, because they are the people who actually make the plans. The other two are figureheads that just approve them under their name.
Yeah,
but that's the thing though, is who were those people? And those people are meant to be in place to also go up the chain of command and work their way through to operational planning where they become the Zalunji. If they're all gone, they went with them, or most of them did. Think about the havoc there is, because now you got to pull people out of commanders out of the field, put them in operational planning. They don't know what the original structure of the operational plan was to even fucking begin with. So they're going on their own, and there's nothing cohesive to it right now. It's almost like it's being managed at the. Let me finish, and I'll let you speak.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's being managed at like the almost like at the battalion level where or brigade level where they're just making these decisions on the last general orders they got. That's all I can think of to keep on doing this stupidity.
Yeah, so who is now in charge? Still, the question is still there. Who is now in charge of this army? Because Ukrainian army, it seems for me, in the last time, to act like kind of awkward, like chaotic. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you think about it from the point of the strike that might have gotten Zelensky, it's been chaotic since then. It's been a power vacuum. I mean, think about it. If you lost all your middle managers that were the guys that did the moving and the shaking, the only people left are the high-end guys that weren't in the loop, that are all the big picture guys, and then the low-level guys that were all the wannabes and the drivers and the coffee fetchers and the briefcase carriers. Now they're being told to plan offensive. I mean, it could be that bad. Who knows? They lost. I would assume they lost a lot of operational people that knew how to run the logistics, get the shit where it needed to go. I mean, who knows how many people are gone?
You notice one thing. One thing I've noticed. Remember, the original offensive came out, 2 weeks ago, and we saw all sorts of photos then, but we haven't a whole lot since. So I'm wondering if they're a bit confused now as to what to do next. And if you recall, I think it was yesterday or the day before, the Russians hit another command center as well that was reported in RT. So I'm wondering if they have anybody there who's actively looking to put a plan together.
I have something to say. You can go first. I can't say that.
Yes. So I just wanted to mention that. I think even if they took one of the top people out, they would definitely have a replacement in line because the war has to go on. But I don't think they would have somebody. I think they would just get somebody who is not that competent. And also, I wanted to also point out the fact that I saw something on the gray zone. So this made me think about how involved the U.S. is with this, and thinking about it, the U.S. is involved deeply. I think they're completely intertangled with this whole thing, and I don't think they can get out that easily. And the gray zone mentioned that more stars have been added in the CIA headquarters in Langley. They usually don't say who has died, but they'll just add more stars on there. And they were saying that those people are dying in Ukraine.
Yeah. My thoughts were this. I don't think that it's changed at all. Like the Ukrainian military, even with all these potential deaths of leadership and change of leadership, the way they fight has not changed at all. This offensive, it only failed because your plan only works until Russians decide to use their artillery. You know what the hell? Who was it? Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan until they get hit in the face or punched on the face. That's what happens to Ukraine every time. They think no matter if NATO gives them the plan and tells them exactly how to do it, and even if NATO's controlling them with controllers, they're going to fail because they're fighting a superior force that probably has every piece of land mapped out and just gauged in for their artillery. For them to even get to fight the Russians at this point is going to be very difficult, in my opinion. Because if they were telling me to leave those men, I would just say sit back because we already lost because you dug trenches. And first of all, you idiots, first of all, you already told them where you're going to be for the next 2 years. Okay, that's already the biggest problem you made. And second of all, you keep doing these counteroffensives that you don't need to be doing counteroffensives or offensives, because there's a big difference between those two. And the offensive is worse than a counteroffensive in this situation, because you're using more men over the entire front line. Guys, do you know how big the front line is? And these people are deciding to hit in the biggest part. It's just unbelievable, man. It makes me so angry.
Draco, to answer your question, who is in charge? I mean, look, remember Bakhmut.
Yeah.
Remember Bakhmut with Zaluzhny. Several times we got that in the news. Zaluzhny asked Zelensky to withdraw people from Bakhmut.
Yep.
And each time Zelensky said no. So
Okay.
Zaluzhny was never really in charge of Ukrainian army, in my point of view. That's why I'm saying it's NATO.
I was going to say also, if you want anecdotal evidence, you've got the helicopter airlifts that they try to do in Avastal despite the air defense to get guys out at the last second. You also have the Russian guys or the Chechens that went down in the basements and found basically a crematorium, and they found burned American passports, and that ties in with the rumors that there was some kind of NATO control center maybe down there. And then you've got rumors of NATO guys killed in these different strikes on command centers. So
Don't
you know
forget the
NATO's up to their eyeballs in it because there's enough
Don't forget the
evidence laying
Canadian
around on the
general.
ground.
Don't forget the Canadian general in Azovstal.
Yeah, the Canadian general that was supposedly captured that's in Moscow now.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're right, Vaughn. They found literally American licenses by the bodies that were burnt down in Avastal, and these people should not have been there in any way,
That's
shape,
why
or
they burned
form.
them. And
Right,
the CIA
exactly.
thing with the stars is they have a file on that star of what the guy did, so they know. But you'll never know that person's name and whatever. But yeah, you can guarantee that you have CIA guys probably working with special forces or other people in Ukraine, maybe even running their own little teams and stuff, and they're obviously going to get killed because everybody's getting killed.
The one thing I just want to say is this, but yet not one single mainstream journalist has even asked at a White House press briefing if any active duty U.S. military personnel have been killed in Ukraine.
They're not going to do that. They're going to use guys that they can take out of the reserves, like the guy that Prigozhin was holding up. I mean, he was in the reserves. He was supposedly retired, but his ID said, basically it never expired. So they could, I mean, that's what they're doing. They're playing games. They call that sheep dipping. Oh, I resigned my commission. Now I'm not in the army. And then the next day he's in Ukraine. Just like that Canadian guy that was facing charges and showed up in Ukraine.
But
you might know how our army is functioning, because there is a chain of command. So, and if this chain of command, this is the most important axe in the middle of the army. On this chain of command is based all the action that the army is taking. And if this chain of command had no highest rank, has not only not highest rank, it has the pyramid up is not there.
I think there's a big section in the middle missing. All the
So,
dudes that were the guys that got the job done, I think there's a big chunk of them missing. That's why you're seeing it. There's a huge vacuum right now.
From your answer, I understand that nobody knows who is there in charge now. Nobody knows who is in charge.
But
so,
Draco, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Like a regular soldier, he's just fighting.
Yeah, Dan, I don't understand why you are trying now to do this small. This is a huge thing, man.
Draco.
It's an army without command.
Draco, what I'm trying to say.
It's the most important thing in this world until now.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm telling you. Calm down, dude. Calm down.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm not nervous, man. I'm just.
Your mic is very loud. Draco, your mic is
Oh,
very
sorry,
loud.
sorry. No, I am very loud. I have a
What I'm
single
saying,
voice.
Draco,
You know,
is
I'm singing.
what I'm saying, Draco. Literally, none of the men know none of their men probably know they're even company officer. Like their company.
Dan, sorry, you're completely wrong because Zaluzhny was the hero of the Ukrainian army. He was
I'm
like a
talking about.
god for these guys. How
Okay,
can you say
listen.
that? Zaluzhny was like a god. Zaluzhny was
Because
much
Are
more
you gonna let me
important.
talk or not? Are you gonna do what
No,
you
no.
always do or not? Jesus Christ, this guy is—he's just gonna keep talking.
What is this guy, Dan?
Draco, there has to be some form of at least some command structure there, because we're just talking about the battling going up front. The more important thing is how are they getting water, fuel, bullets, and food?
Yeah, Manny, that's what I'm trying to say.
And I know, and I get that's where Dan's trying to tell you is that you're talking something that is so far above that at the lower level it doesn't. But you don't understand, Draco.
Can I just say something?
Mehdi, I brought this question. I understand what I am talking about.
Okay, so
I
then
brought
let me
this
answer
question
what I
here.
think then.
So
Well, if you ask a question, can we let people
want
answer?
to take the question and laugh about this question, you can.
Nobody's
but I
talking.
think this is the most important thing right
You're
now
fucking
in
retarded.
Ukrainian war. Because
Oh my God.
army without chain of commands is a fucked up army. So why
Draco, I
are
can
they
answer your
still
question.
fighting?
I can answer your question in one sentence.
Please.
We don't know because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Stop. I'm not done. Why does it not matter? Because even if they keep the people who are in charge hidden from us, it would not matter.
Right.
But the other thing
for all we know,
is different.
For all we know, it could be Siersky. It could be some other general who
No
was
way.
our. It doesn't matter what you say. No way. We don't know. There's no function as a military.
There is no.
Draco, let me ask you a question. Draco, let me ask you a direct question. Draco, stop. 1 second. Let me ask you a question. If Budarov and Zaluzhny have already been taken out, why would you announce what the chain of command is? If the two top people, because the two top people, Draco, give me a second, because the two top people were already targeted and removed. So why would you put the name, why would you put the name forward of who is in?
Why?
Because, listen, Draco, it's about being targeted. Oh my God.
It's a very clear answer why. Because every soldier need a commander which he is believing
I'm gonna answer
in.
the question, and I'm not gonna stop talking
This is why.
Wait, Dan, just a second. Dan, just a second.
When you are going to war, there is a war. There is not a propaganda. You don't understand how war is functioning.
You're talking about propaganda thing, though. What I'm trying to tell you is this. No, Draco, just let me talk for a second. Damn, let me talk for a second. If we already have Budarov and Zaluzhny, who were the top tier, were already taken out, why would you in Ukrainian command then announce who the next people are so that they can turn around and target and then take them out? It's better that nobody knows who's in command right now, at least outside of the Ukraine. What you're talking about is what Dan is saying is those commanders they look up to are on the front line. Those bigger commanders that you're thinking they look up to are not the ones that the soldiers actually pay attention to. It's the ones in their direct command.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm gonna answer the question the way I wanted to answer
is not
before this guy
functioning like
interrupted
this
me.
because they are sending their people to die. So people are giving their lives for their commanders. If you don't have a good commander, your people not gonna willing to die for nothing. They are willing to die because they are believing in their commander. So if you don't have good commander, your people are not gonna die for you. Dan, shut up.
So it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because I am talking now. You shut up. So
I mean, you've been talking nonstop. Nobody cares what you have to say
no
because you keep
problem, no
saying the same
problem,
thing. Okay, so
nobody,
if you just want to keep
nobody but
talking,
you.
just keep talking. Then look, no, just
So
keep
please,
talking, and we'll both keep talking.
where
Let's
is
keep going.
functioning
Keep going.
about?
Keep going.
There is
Keep
a
going.
scheme.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
is
keep going.
a
Nobody
there
cares
is.
what you have to say because you don't
Hey
get any
Dan, are
turns.
you
You
mad?
just have to stop.
Are you?
Nobody's mad.
Nobody
I'm just
can
doing
talk
what you're
about
doing. I'm just doing
you.
what you're doing. All right, I'm
What
just
I
doing.
am
No, I'm
doing,
just doing what you're doing.
I asked the
I'm doing what you're
question
doing.
and I tried to
You asked the
explain.
question.
You are
You
talking
asked
here
the
shit
question,
for
and then I
hours.
try to answer it. I try to answer it, and
Yeah,
you
but
didn't let
you
me
answer
answer it.
shitty. You don't answer
No, what are you
logical.
talking about?
Yeah,
You never. You
yeah,
didn't
you
even
are
let me get to my
try
second
to
sentence.
answer logical
Yeah,
because
so let
you
me
said
answer
you
the
were a
question.
soldier, my friend.
Yeah,
You
they
you
I
said you
said
are
they
a
don't
soldier.
care.
I don't believe you that you were a
It's so
soldier.
funny. It
If you
doesn't
give
matter
such
what you
an answer,
believe because you're an
you are a
idiot. You have
liar.
no idea what
I
you're
am
talking
sorry
about. Okay,
because
it
war
doesn't
is
matter.
functioning with
Uh-huh.
command. If you don't
Okay.
have a
Yeah.
command,
Exactly.
which the
And
soldiers are
nobody said they
believing
didn't
it,
have command.
they are
And
don't
nobody
giving
said
their
they
life
didn't have
for it.
command. And nobody
What's
said they
your
didn't have
problem,
command.
then? What's your
And nobody
problem?
had. There's no problem. You just never
What?
let me
Then
finish
shut
my
up.
sentence.
Then shut
Nobody's
up.
gonna
Let
make. You're
me
not gonna
talk.
make
Let
anybody
me
shut
talk.
up. You've
When I
been
am finished,
talking.
then you can
I'm
talk.
just not going to let you talk like a retard
Ah,
over
so you are an
everybody.
asshole now.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you
Yeah.
the truth every time.
Okay.
I'm not
So
gonna
you are
lie to
an
you.
American asshole which is living in
Yeah.
Russia and
Exactly.
lying us about that he was a
Exactly.
soldier. Because you
Exactly.
never
I
was a
was
Your
never
soldier.
that.
question. So you
Bro.
asked your
So
What the
question,
hell?
fuck
Dan.
you,
Dan, can you reply? Just you asked your
idiot.
question, Dan. What's the reply?
Yeah, so my reply is he's asking like who's in charge and stuff like this. And what I was trying to tell him is that, and to prove the point that there is no command right now in the lower levels, when Ukraine is being double enveloped, when Ukraine is being you know maneuvered around, it's very hard uh, to know that this is happening. So the command is failing the Ukrainians. They're already enveloped by the time they get the word to get out, and it's happened over and over again. This means that the command is not there at the smallest level. The platoon is not connected to the company. The company is probably not connected to the battalion, and it's a failure. It's a failure of command. And when I'm saying they don't care, I didn't mean that. I mean, I guess his English wasn't good enough, but I'm saying that the lower man, like a private, doesn't care about his command because he's seeing that his command is not there. You see it in the videos. They're being failed battle after battle. Their commanders are saying, go here, and they're being outflanked, and it's just not paying off for them. So, this is my opinion. I don't see at the lower levels any command, and I don't think that the high command matters because it's not the high command pushing these men to go into these different positions. In war, it's broken down into smaller pieces. That's why you have lieutenants. That's why you have captains. That's why you have majors. Every step is a different billet. Every step, every officer has a smaller unit to command. And a regular private does not care what the general has to say at a moment because it's not him who's leading them. It's his young lieutenant. And that's all I had to say.
Well, I think the other
Yeah,
thing too on that point.
I was just gonna say real quick. Yeah, I mean those guys, the people they're looking up to are the guys sitting in the foxholes next to them. Like Dan said, the lieutenant, the sergeant, the guys that are stuck there with them, leading by example. Zaluzny might be a great guy, but honestly, if they knew he was dead or missing, that probably would be bad for their morale. Or they might be glad because of what's been getting done to them. So, I mean, they really don't have anybody to look up to except the guy next to them and the small unit guys that are left. Because you hear the stories about the battalion commanders bailing. So you figure at best they've got a company commander, maybe some platoon leaders, and a few NCOs. And those are probably the only guys they can count on.
Stories.
Look
at the stories
the
of,
usual
like,
thing I
colonels
hear
getting whacked.
the usual thing I hear is they're really pissed with their commanders. They've been put in some foxhole, and left there.
This is the
And,
point
It's like any commander who can get away from the front leaves, and the only ones that are stuck at the front are like lieutenants, captains, sergeants. Anyone who can get away leaves. So he never knows that.
To Dan's point, right? When using the Mike Tyson quote, these guys are going into battle. Whatever plan they have, as soon as the artillery starts dropping around them, things are going to change. What I think is happening, that and Vaughn, I think you picked up on it too. That whole middle core has been gutted out now.
they're all dead. So the lieutenants, the sergeants, the people that are on the ground and have to make those decisions when they need to react to something, they're not there. Or if they are there, they're not qualified because they're not experienced enough, right? Because they were just made a lieutenant 2 weeks ago. So I think there may be a lot of that going on right now. And that's why it seems to me anyway, that Ukraine doesn't really have a really, I'm not really clear what the plan is now that the offensive has failed.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say something with regards to Zelensky and the whole is he alive, is he not? As of June 6th, he was alive because he was pictured at the emergency meeting that Ukraine held for the Kakhovka Dam. But I think he's injured. For one, he's injured, and then two, he's even if he wasn't injured, I don't think he's in charge anymore because him and Siersky had a huge disagreement about what to do with Bakhmut. I think Zelensky wanted to pull out and Siersky wanted to stay, and Zelensky went with Siersky's idea, but he intentionally threw them under the bus. He said, "My generals recommended that we stay." But also, I agree with Dan. Like, it doesn't matter at the end of the day because we heard the stories about the two BMPs filled with soldiers surrendering at Avdiivka, and then I think one more story about, I don't know if it was a squad or a platoon or whatever size unit.
There was
They also
a
surrendered.
company that surrendered today. Two
Yeah.
companies, excuse me, that surrendered today.
And the one I'm talking about was a few days ago because when they asked them, why did you surrender? They said, we realized that when our commander sent us into battle and they went on whatever path they had to go on, they went to that place and they saw the dead bodies of their comrades of the previous wave's attack. So it doesn't matter if Zelensky, if they want to use him, like Draku said, as this propaganda guy, they could still show him because he's alive, but he's not in charge, and it doesn't matter.
Wakar, you've had your hand up for a minute.
Yeah, I would like to address a fundamental question that was raised by Raku, but then we have to go into the conduct of war, and then we come to the chain of command issue. Somebody mentioned the last days of Hitler and how the German armies and the corps was being commanded by very junior officers. So maybe if you look at the losses suffered by Ukrainian forces, and this is from Colonel, I think, McGregor in the United States, is more than 50%. So, or maybe he says 2/3. So it is 300,000. So that takes care of definitely that proportion of soldiers, officers, and senior commanders. That's a very natural process. We are not into a very ideal situation for Ukraine. So maybe it is it's the fag end of the war. And this is very natural process that when the senior commanders are taken out, it doesn't matter, Zelensky or whosoever, because in war there will be casualties of senior commanders, and the Russians have been targeting the headquarters. So one, it's a natural process. Two, fundamentally wrong thing was the direction of war right from the outset. As I mentioned that a Ukrainian command of the forces was outsourced to NATO, who may not be really looking at how the Ukrainian commanders look at. So any advice which was given by Zelensky of, let's say, conserving or staying back and not shoving into meat grinder may not have been taken positively by the political. So there are a lot of politics. Third is as I always say, Ukraine has been turned into an info ops theater, and it's basically now meant for point scoring of the weapons kept on coming from NATO and Leopard 2s, and even if Blinken is mentioning in China that Ukraine will win. So it's very, very absurd that here we have lost more than half of the army and the forces, and they are still talking of victory. So this is, I think, the fundamental problem is the direction of war and the outsourcing of military command. It never happens in a conventional war. Ultimately, it should be with the Ukrainians. That has not happened. Now we come to where we are. I think of this counteroffensive, we have already discussed that it was. I don't think it was. It was more of probing attacks, just for the information operations. So because they have not breached the Russian defense line, they are just in the security zone, and they are being taken out by the Russian defenses. I think that was done as pointed out, and Vaughn will bear with me that this is how it is happening. So there are a lot of losses. So this is very natural. Normally in military, if the colonel is gone, then the major takes over. So this is something similar to the German army's last days, the last year, when the Russians were pushing them, that there were a lot of loss of senior leadership, and then there is bewilderment. And the amount of surrender that is taking place in the security zone is it confirms that the soldiers and young officers have lost morale. They feel they have been shoved into meat grinder, into an unending battle where there is no chance of success. So I think logical way is to surrender instead of just getting lost. So these are, I think, some of the things. Russians have an edge here, and I don't think so. There is much reserve left by with the Ukrainian forces to change the let's say tone and tenure of the battle. They are in the lead. So whenever there is a losing, the loss at the end, there'll be confusion, there'll be disruption of chain of command, and unfortunately, that has been right from the word go. From the day one, Ukrainian side was misdirected.
Yeah, I think one of the consistent mistakes I've been seeing the Ukrainians making since Russia withdrew from Kherson and Kharkiv area is that they assumed Russian mistakes were their genius. Most of those things happened just because Russia had overextended itself. It had like 120,000 active troops on the front line, and those were Russian mistakes. They had a lot to learn about logistics and many other things. So literally, the plan they had as to how this fight is fought, this is the time they actually implemented it. At first, there was a whole lot of confusion, and with what Putin was talking about, showing that document, saying that there was already a peace deal in plan or whatever, that means the Russians were going in for political reasons at first, and then now they had to go in militarily. And when they decided to withdraw, I think Ukrainians assumed they really learned the wrong lessons about the conflict. And then the other thing that I think was mentioned was the soldiers that are defecting right now. I think also we want to give credit to Russian. I don't know what they call them in the battlefield, but most information warfare, right? I was reading somewhere that they are reaching out to the Ukrainian fighters through radios, through all forms of communication, and convincing them that this is not worth it. And obviously, them seeing their comrades lying on the ground, scattered dead, doesn't help either.
Yeah, I even heard they were using drones with speakers on them, flying over and giving them instructions how to surrender. That was earlier but I'm sure they're still doing it now because anything they can get over there. I mean, I've seen there was even videos of them loading artillery shells with leaflets to fire at the Ukrainian positions with instructions on how to surrender and all that. So they've been very generous on numerous occasions. But then again, you got to figure a lot of those guys probably get shot in the back if they try. I mean, I'd be curious to see the story about this platoon and the 20 guys or so, the two guys, not before the today. I'd be curious to see how they were able to break away from their lines and surrender, especially the guys with the 2 BMPs. Because I could see you dropping your gear and sneaking away through the woods, but they actually took 2 vehicles, I guess, to haul their wounded. And then the other guys were carrying the guy with the stretcher, and there was about, 15 of them, plus the 6 guys on the, with the stretcher. I mean, I'm just curious how they're getting away because, I wonder if they are actually just getting dumped off, and since no one's around, they're like, screw it, I'm out of here.
There's been quite a lot of this, how do you call it, when they have the control forces that shoot the guys that run.
You should see how.
I think Russia is playing mind games with Ukrainian soldiers. Some of these prisoners, I think they were caught over than a week ago. They just showing them now, like they're surrendering, like hours ago or something like that.
Yeah, make it look like there's a big wave of surrenders, even though it's a week old. You know, because they probably think everybody died in the first two waves. Now the third wave, everybody surrendered. You know, that makes sense. I mean, that's a good play too. And they always make sure they show videos of them not being mistreated. You know, they're carrying the guy on a stretcher. The only thing maybe, they got to walk with their hands on their head and hunched over, but
normally
Wagner
is the one who make video, but now Russia army is showing lots of videos.
And that might work too if they see a lot of guys surrender and they can get that out there. Maybe guys will be like, "Hey, they surrendered. Why don't we?" You know.
Yep.
Haven't been sort of a theme now during the winter that the Russian army can't do anything. They're just sitting in the hole, and it's only Wagner that's capable of something. But you know, if you look at the first weeks of the offensive or the intervention, they were moving like, I don't know, 50, 100 kilometers per day. You know, it's really.
They've also held the line, Peter, so that's very important too.
No. But I mean, they sort of have this narrative during the winter now that it's only Wagner that can do offensive action, and now sort of
And they're doing it with a lot fewer losses too.
Vaughn, you're muted.
Yeah, I just feel sorry for the Ukrainian soldiers because, I mean, think about it. I tried to visualize this in my mind because I never went to the military. I just did paramilitary, which was like one of those things where you have to.
Shame on Kenya.
Once you finish high school, you have to go through this training or whatever. But I imagine like a plane, like a flat Ukrainian terrain, and then there's a tree line, and you're being told that's where the enemy is at, and you're being told, okay, now go assault that area. Imagine you can't even see this person. You can't even see them, and you're supposed to go across this plain and assault people you have never seen. God, it has to be so difficult.
The thing is, they're getting the backup from the Western media. I think yesterday, I saw on BBC the way they were saying what Ukraine is getting from Russia. You know, this village, it's just not like a village. It's like just a place with 6 or 7 farms, you know, because it's one house here, another one is 1 kilometer away. And they say, the village, that's not fucking village. I'm African, I've seen how a village looks like. Everyone stay in the same place, and I know our farm look like. It's not a village, and BBC is saying, oh, yeah, that's progress.
Well, they don't tell you the number of people
There's
who
not
died
even people
to take
there
that
anyway.
house. All right, yeah, but they don't tell you that how many casualties were suffered when that village was supposedly taken. Right, that's always mysteriously left off the reports.
Oh, trust me, they did. They said Ukraine is 7-1 on Ukraine's favor.
With this offensive, or no? They can't be still saying that, can they?
Yes.
Well, they're saying they killed 7,500 Russians in this offensive.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh well, I guess it's the same old story with propaganda.
In Bakhmut, they were saying when you are attacking, you lose a lot more. But now they changed the record. Now, when you are attacking, you lose less.
Well, it's of course because they need to maintain this
narrative.
What you want to call it? A narrative for these people.
It's upside down world in NATO.
Yeah, we must be stupid, but we know that's stupid. You know.
Yeah, everything that is down now.
You guys
but
think that
the war is sort of more for clicks, and you know, I see the headlines in Swedish newspapers. It's just like, clicks. They want people to react to it, and now they've done this, and Putin is sick, and I see Putin on the head front pages every day. It's really crazy.
Come to London. You're gonna see that.
It's interesting. We
everywhere.
Here in Canada, we get very little about Ukraine. You really got to look for it. Maybe the odd Associated Press or article or something like that's pasted into a couple newspapers, but for the most part, we don't hear a whole lot about it. Every so often, a politician will give a speech, but day to day, I think they just want to forget it.
Yeah. We're sort of two main.
Hey, Draco, nice to see you back. I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead, or did you stop go your hands on you?
No, I'm not dead. Just Dan tried to kill me, but you already killed some people, so yeah, I am very afraid.
Draco can't die. He's a vampire, remember?
You want to see my glove?
Oh,
Dan?
yeah.
You want to see my
You
glove?
want to be afraid. Wait till Vaz whips out that big dick of his.
Can you show
Get the
me
hell
what
out of all of us. Another killer shirt, sir.
Just a moment.
Do you guys think that Ukraine lost the initiative in the information war, like with releasing the videos? Because for over a year they were hyping up the counteroffensive, and then as soon as it started, they started the campaign.
Give me this, guys.
Draco, what the fuck?
Oh, hey, Draco, don't show that on YouTube. It can get Wyatt. It can get Wyatt taken down.
As soon as the wait, Draco. As soon as the counteroffensive started, they started the campaign, and there wasn't much Ukrainian videos out, but Russia started flooding the internet with videos of tanks and BMPs getting destroyed, and Bradleys. So it kind of messed up the narrative for the Ukrainians.
Yeah, that is where I find my Glock.
No, that's a mess up for the Western mainstream media.
Yeah.
Because
By the way,
even if they want total control of the narrative, we will still find some people who will find those pictures and those videos of Bradleys and art getting destroyed.
Now, my favorite part was when all the NATO guys on Twitter said that it was AI.
To try to have a counter narrative to those things, to diminish the impact of those image and footage of Leopard and Bradleys being destroyed by Russia.
Me personally, I put this together with no command on the army. They are losing equipment. They have no command. They have no orders. They don't know what to do. So they are just sending people to die because there is nothing else to do. Nothing is coming from upwards. No real orders. No real commands.
Draco, I have a question for you.
Please.
If you were put in charge of Ukraine in this war, right? Yeah. And you had to fight. You can't surrender, right? You have to fight. Right? Yeah. Maybe like they have your family and they said, we'll kill your family if you surrender. So you have to fight. Okay? What would you do if you were the commander?
I will surrender. Yes, this is only thing that you can do. Yeah. Saving people above my family.
Hold on.
Above my family.
Thank you for the answer. Hold on. I want to add. Now manifest the evil vampire inside of you, right? The heartless, merciless vampire.
Vampire are not evil. Vampire are the best thing.
That's vampire propaganda.
Yes.
Tell us what you would do if you had to fight. How would Ukraine win? You're allowed to commit war crimes.
You cannot fight, man. You cannot fight when you cannot win. If you
I said
cannot
you're allowed
win.
to commit war crimes.
Yeah,
I said
Alan,
you're allowed to commit war crimes. What do you do?
Alan, listen to me, please. I am 55 years old now, and I have some fights in my life. Personal fights and group fights. Please listen to me. You never fight when you are not sure that you are winning. When you are not sure that you are winning, you run away. You're not fighting.
Okay.
No, you
Perfect. I love that statement because you're basically saying that Ukraine can't win, right? Ukraine is in a losing situation.
Is sure
right?
that cannot win. That's
Okay.
that's knowing all the world is knowing
You
that.
said if you know you can't win, you shouldn't fight, right?
Yes.
Why is Ukraine fighting?
Because they are put it in this fight, because they don't know what they are doing, because they are not in charge, because Zelensky is an asshole, because Zelensky was bought by the Western. That's why they are fighting, because their bosses are all assholes. That's why they are fighting.
Why don't you just turn against your bosses then? You outnumber them probably.
This is a very difficult thing to do. If you look at how many revolutions were done in the world, then you will see that there are many worse than revolutions. Also, Germans tried to kill Hitler, but they didn't manage. They were unlucky.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Yeah,
when you are
need
losing, you are not fighting.
percent of the population
You're
to
not
control the
killing your
population.
people. You're not killing hundred thousands of people just for fun or for what the fuck.
And the Germans
Are
fight
dying these people there.
till the last
Sorry.
man.
That's the problem, guys.
Yeah, no, I agree with Draco. You only need a couple of percent of the population to control the rest of the population, and it's really sad. Really sad.
Peter, the fastest percentage of Ukrainian population is 2% are fascists.
Yeah.
And they are in charge.
And it sort of was it Zelensky won by 77%, only to promising to implement the Minsk Accords.
Draco,
and
there's a problem with your
and
logic.
then they turned.
You're saying Ukraine is being controlled by the assholes wherever they are, okay?
Yes.
But you asked us earlier and got into a huge argument with us about not knowing who's in charge. So you can't pick both sides. You have to either argue that we don't know who's in charge and they're winging it. Let me just finish. We don't know who's in charge and they're winging it. Or we know exactly who's in charge and they're being manipulated. Which one is it? You can't flip-flop between the two.
My question was addressing not who is in the political charge, who is in the army charge, because these are two different levels, and the political is controlling the army. So, but in order for a soldier to fight, he has to have a very, very charismatic commander. Because think about, you are going there to die. For who the fuck are you going to die? You give your life. You give the best of you. You give everything that you have. And that you have. And that you will have. You give your kids. You give your wife away. For what the fuck?
They're not fighting.
You give it away for the guy next to you in your trench. You don't necessarily give it to the general, right?
You need to.
Why do you think that they killed the Iranian supreme general? Why do you kill the USA killed him? Because he was a hero. The Iranian young people were listening to him. He was their hero. That's why they killed him.
Yeah, no,
but they
generals are
created a
important,
martyr.
no doubt. I think we agree.
I don't think anyone volunteering to fight in Ukraine is volunteering because Zaluzhny is charismatic. I think they're fighting because they think they're protecting their country from Russian hordes. So it's not.
How do you think that?
Zaluzhny.
Okay. If you think that, you're free to think. No problem. But try to go to war yourself. Try to put yourself in this situation to get empathic, and imagine how it would be when you would be there for real, putting your life to risk for who the fuck?
Draku, did you not just hear what I said?
My friend, you were ever in the army?
I was not in the army.
I was in the army. So,
Draku, which country, which war did you fight in, Draku?
I fight in the Romanian Revolution, my friend.
The Romanian versus the not Romanian. The
Romanian Revolution was before you were born.
No. The Romanian Revolution, 1998, my friend. There was a war, a small war in Romania.
That was no revolution. That was just some
Oh
people.
yes, we call it Romanian Revolution. There were dying 10,000 people. 10,000 people, civilians.
Okay, Jaku. And which side did you fight on?
I fight on the side of the people.
Of the people.
Yeah.
Exactly, of the people.
Yes.
And who are the people? The people are your family and your friends and
the people. You know what it meant when you say people?
Against Ceausescu.
Of course.
Simply.
Yeah,
but
thank you.
Because you think you're protecting your family and you want liberty, not because some fucking general told you to.
Yeah, my friend. But when they began to shoot at us, I was running like a rabbit. I was running like a rabbit. I was hiding behind a statue. I was hiding behind the statue and looking at the people which was shot near Maidan.
You said you drove a T-55. Which one was it? Were you an infantryman or a tank driver?
That's a natural response.
Are you sure that was in 1998, though? Are you sure that was in 1998?
1898. 1898.
1989.
Oh, 1989. Okay. That
yes, my friend.
Oh,
it was the year of the revolution. So, I can show you pictures from there if you like. No problem. But and I am the right age for it. You know, every Romanian fought in this revolution. Which was
Where was your tank?
I fought the tanks. They got
no.
They got
you said you were a tank driver and a tank mechanic.
Yes, in the army. I was a tank driver, but this was shortly after I left the army.
So you were a protester?
Yes, I became a protester.
So you were like a French guy.
My father did that too in Czechoslovakia.
Might be. Maybe all Romanians were like French guys. There, I think we spoke French on the street. You know.
Guys, so did you fight in the Civil War or were you a protester?
Do you know something about this revolution? Something.
No, that's why I'm asking you.
So then, first study the revolution, then I can tell you, because this is a very long story, my friend. This is not something I can tell you now in 2 words.
Okay, can you tell us?
Go to Wikipedia, give there a search for Romanian 1989, and then you will get a big article, read this article, and then come here and we talk about it.
Can you tell us then, if we don't have time for that, can you at least give us a quick rundown of what it was like being around in 1289 as Vlad the Impaler, at least? Can you tell us that story?
That were good times.
Okay, I have a question just to maybe change the topic a little bit, since we're talking about what they're fighting for and if they would fight or if they wouldn't fight. Recently, Putin showed documents saying that they had the draft treaties ready for the peace agreements and like the agreements that they had made and points they agreed on. I want everyone to like kind of answer the question, and we'll take turns. What do you think the West promised them to make them keep on fighting? Because they could have promised them all this equipment that they have now, but did they not think in advance that maybe if we don't have the air cover, it's all pointless? Or why did they decide to keep fighting?
All right, we'll go from the top and then
50
I'll
billion.
go then walk
50 billion.
Can we do it the old way or no?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like the dance
nowadays they are almost 100 billions.
Yeah, they said there is 50 billion. You know how Ukrainians love money.
Yeah.
That's
official.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan, go ahead.
And all for public relations. Don't forget there will be a NATO meeting in Vilnius, and just because of that, they need to have results on the ground.
That's not
so stupidities to get more help, to get more, to have more funds and stuff like that. just for public relations.
But that wasn't the
need
question. Okay, Dan,
to.
let's start with you. Should I repeat the question?
Yeah, just repeat it for me, please.
So since Ukraine had a bunch of points they agreed on with Russia, like the treaty was almost signed, and then Boris Johnson came to Kiev and convinced them to keep on fighting. What do you guys think that the West promised Ukraine that made them decide, okay, we'll lose Donbass, we'll lose Crimea, we'll sign this peace treaty, but we will not have a war and continue to destroy our country. Let's have this war and destroy our country. What did they promise them, whether it's material or financial?
I think that the people on the top are probably selfish. I think that it's not that they promised Ukraine something. It might have been somebody just at the top, because I don't see anything that the West could give Ukraine as a country in trade for what's happening to them right now. And I also believe that Ukraine's foot is sunk so deep into the mud that they don't get to choose when they get to leave. They don't choose anymore. That's it. In my personal opinion, I think that Russia decides when they get out of this conflict, and it's either they promise people at the top or Russia's deciding now, and that's my answer.
That's a good answer. Okhar, you?
Yeah, I think if you look at Russian objectives or President Putin's objectives right from the outset, even I think before the Maidan, has been very consistent and it remains consistent even today. That's why I think he showed the document. What was the objective? Objective was a neutral Ukraine could have relations on both sides, and then they could have elections and whatever. So this was even before I think the Maidan started. What the West calculated was, because they had seen their so-called strategy of chaos working in developing countries in North Africa and Middle East, that they can go ahead with this hybrid war and then push it. The ultimate objective was to weaken, Russia or maybe induce them. As I mentioned, 1996 study by the Air War College in in US, where the colonels were discussing that there's going to be a war between Russia and Ukraine in 2014. So that was almost 18 years before that. So plan was there. So they never wanted basically peace and use Ukraine as a bargain chip to weaken Russia. So, and Putin stuck to his objective even today. So he has been given, I think, the chance of peace. That's why the Minsk agreement and all that. So after Maidan and Crimea, still there was a hope. I think Putin calculated that looking, because the states are supposed to be rational actors, they should have known what is the Russian military power and what are the Russian sensitivities as far as their eastern and southern borders are concerned. They are very, and it should be very, very natural process, because NATO was expanding, very fast towards the east. And then there was a chance after Maidan that probably Ukraine will be part of European Union and then maybe become a member of NATO, which Russia never wanted. So I think this peace chance was given by Putin every time, but with the same objective of Ukraine remaining neutral or demilitarized. And even today, when the war has started and we are now more than 1 year gone through that, it still remains the same objective. And the only thing is miscalculation by the West, because they thought that through war and through sanctions, through cutting the energy supplies, they could weaken Russia economically. The reverse happened actually, because I think West has suffered more in terms of economy and energy and food supply and all, because it was all connected. Russia was connected with Europe. So that has not worked. So when you enter into war, I think then it's a madman's game, but then you can keep on trying, for your political objectives. So when the African leaders were here and Putin was showing the document, I think he was trying to re-emphasize the initial objective is to have peace and Ukraine remaining neutral. Now it has to be done militarily. After this counter-offensive, so-called, which is failing, I think Russia will have more bargaining chips, and he would still, I think, go for the same objective, demilitarization. But now, when you sit on the negotiating table, loss to the Ukraine in terms of dollars, people are not calculating the loss of Donbass region and Crimea, more than $1.5 trillion in terms of, people are talking of this aid of 100 billion, 150. It is peanuts. Look at the real estate loss, the industrial zone, the agricultural belt. I think bulk of Ukrainian industry was in the Donbass region, and the people people they lost. So I think it's going to be very, very hard discussion. And Russia still, I think, maintains the same objective, the demilitarization, and they probably will have to agree with it because the entire world is suffering. People are fed up of this war. So I would say right from the outset, the objective was a neutral Ukraine. But now it has to go through the process of war.
RL is not here, I think. So, Makati, do you want to speak?
Yeah. So the reason they keep fighting, one is I don't think most of the soldiers, especially, have a choice, right? So that's very, very important to consider. That even the Russians themselves they don't give them another one. It's like there's no government set up with a dissenting Ukrainian leader who is giving an alternative where, hey, if we don't fight the Russians, let's join the other side. So that option is not being provided. But also the reason why they keep fighting also is because they have been hijacked by a very, very horrible ideology. Because a lot of people don't understand that the thing about extreme nationalism is that it always ends up in war. There's no other way. It always ends up in war. There has to be the other self that you hate that you have to fight. Without the other self that you hate, then your ideology doesn't make any sense. And Ukraine had 8 years of that sort of indoctrination where they were taught to hate the Russians and complain about the Russians and
That's
blah, blah, blah.
music.
And so,
sorry, Macchiati, they had 20 years. 20 years of indoctrination.
Yeah. So for that reason, these guys, they'll keep fighting because they have been hijacked. I don't think a majority of the people want to fight. And honestly speaking, as I said in the last open mic, I still believe that the Ukrainian army is balancing between fighting and general mutiny. I think so. I still believe so. So they'll keep fighting because I don't think most of them have another choice, and and they'll keep on being told like you saw them, that guy raising the bandera flag on that village. Yeah, these are really hateful people, and if you have a small hateful people, that that's how Hitler took over. He didn't take over with the majority. If you have like 10 hateful people, they can control 1,000 average people. Yeah, so I think that's why they keep fighting.
None of your business? You there?
Oh, sorry, Mehdi, did you want to respond to something?
I just wanted to say about we were talking in the chat, and I'm sorry I'm bringing it up, but it's kind of relevant to what we're talking about. I read a story on Telegram where you have these crews with the Challengers or the Leopards coming back, and they've been trained over in the UK. They get to the theater of conflict, and now you see that the commanders are finding all types of mechanical difficulties with their take that makes them not combat status ready, and thus therefore avoiding actually going to the front. And like I said in the chat, if I'm an unlucky bastard stuck in an M1 with 3 other lives in my hands, the first thing I'm doing is looking for a mine that's big enough to blow the track and roll wheels off, but leave the hull intact so nobody gets injured. Because it doesn't matter how well I do or these men perform their jobs, the outcome is the same. It's because of the strategic and tactical positions they are being put in. They are going to get chopped up and slaughtered. Why feed it? I'll take the hit as a human. You know what I mean? By not allowing my men to go. That's what a commander does. I mean, there's a thing about doing orders for a reason, and then your men under. I imagine combat vets know this far more than me, but I read it throughout history. Your men mean more than a mission at some point, because keeping them alive also keeps you alive, and they are your family. And I think that's what's going on as to the mutinies and everything. You're starting to see that. the Ukrainians, I think, on the front line are understanding that it's the commanders don't, well, the people driving us don't care about their lives, so they're going to start taking care of their own, and that's starting to break down command structure and also, morale. It's getting to the point, everyone for yourself. Who wants to be the last one to die? You know what I mean? If that's what the ultimate shithead Graham says, well, I'm sorry, but if I'm the last Ukrainian, I'm asking for Newland, Graham, all those fuckers in the State Department to go before me, just so I know that I died for their cause that they were willing to die for too.
I have to
Look, the replacement cement said here something very interesting, which I also observed. More and more surrender from Ukraine. More and more surrender are registered in the Telegram channels. So that's again a sign that the chain of command is broken.
So to go back to T's question, what was promised by NATO to Ukraine to keep fighting back in May of 2022? I don't think they were promised anything. I don't think the collective West promises anything to Ukraine. I think they dictate what should happen using, leverage and force. Keep in mind, United States of America is a very big dog in the yard, and when they want something, they can exert a lot of influence. You also have the EU, who are dangling, EU membership to Ukraine, so they can use that as a carrot as well. And I'm sure when Boris Johnson went over there last May, or the May before, he also mentioned that we got to keep the flow of money and indirectly the flow of corruption to keep going. So I don't think they were necessarily promised anything. I think they were reminded what they could lose. Also keep in mind that this is May of 2022, right? So they had agreed to something in May of 2022, which compared to the treaty of December 21, if you're Ukrainian, you're looking at this and saying, are you kidding me? 4 months ago, we could have gotten out of this damn thing with just losing Crimea, which we've already lost anyway. And now we got to give up these other, oblasts. We got to, I think that at that point, there was still a lot of will amongst the Ukrainians and the Ukrainian leadership to continue fighting because they still had a lot of fight in them at that point. And looking back in hindsight, they didn't want, they look like fools if they accepted the deal. So I think that it was a combination of having their arms twisted, as well as they were probably given a false sense of hope in what NATO would provide to them. And here we are a year later.
Can I also answer the question? Have we gone around already?
I think Peter.
I haven't gone yet.
You, Drew.
Yeah, Peter and a few others. But go ahead, Drew. You're already starting to go. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I if I understand correctly, the question was what did the West promise Zelensky or the Ukrainians to make them step away from the peace treaty that was already signed? And
sorry, Drew. The question was not Zelensky or Ukrainians, was Ukrainians, because Zelensky or Ukrainians is a big difference.
Okay.
Sorry.
I will interpret the question the way I choose to, if you don't mind. So I think nothing specific was offered. So back in 2022, if you ask anybody in Asia, Africa, South America, if Russia went to war with NATO, who will win? Everybody, I bet 95% would say NATO. Of course, there's no fight. NATO is like this gigantic conglomeration of very advanced economies, and it has the largest military in with them, and Russia is just Russia, and nobody really knows how strong Russia's military is. because they don't really say much about it, right? So all that NATO needed to do was to send a representative there. In this case, it was Boris Johnson, and say that, okay, we will give you everything that you need, but with nothing specific. And the reason why I say nothing specific is because after that, every time they run into a military failure, you see Zelensky flying out and going to get more weapons. He's actually asking them, okay, what can you give me now? What can you give me now? So they started with like the anti-tank weapons, and then after that drones, and then tanks. He's always going on these trips to go get more weapons. If they already had a plan beforehand to they said that, okay, this is the stuff we'll give you, he didn't need to do that. So I don't think that he was promised anything specifically. It was more of a NATO will support you, so you will definitely win. Don't worry. And from Zelensky's point of view, he's like, yeah, if NATO supports me, hell, Russia will never defeat NATO. Therefore, we should definitely take the deal. Plus, if when we win, I don't think there was an if in the back of his head. When we win, I'll be a hero, and everybody will celebrate me, and I get to be this huge celebrity, which is what every actor wants to be. So, yeah, that's my point of view.
Can I go?
Good one. I wanted to kind of comment on why Ukraine was still fighting, but also why Russia is still fighting. We heard after this deal, like we've kind of teetering on the edge of this topic of like, did Russia move into northern Ukraine for the sole purpose of political pressure, right, to get Ukraine to pass on this deal, to sign on this deal? But what we also have to remember is, I think it was around November, it was may have been late October, there was like a lot of comments from Russian political heads essentially saying, well, or excuse me, not from Russian political, from Western political heads that like leaked or like were coerced out of them in like phone calls or something, that they were saying, yeah, we never actually intended to honor any of the previous deals we had made. And if you're going to take that information, you can kind of extrapolate it to the deal that was going to be signed in April, like late March, early April. For example, Merkel said, no, we knew that the Ukrainians were signing the Minsk II Accords so that they could plan future military action, whether that be in Donbass, Lugansk, Crimea, it didn't really matter. She knew that was the case, so did Macron. When you look at this kind of vocabulary coming from Western leaders, you can extrapolate to what actions were being taken around the the most recent negotiations that were being done. So when this negotiation came around, we saw Russia genuinely, honestly ready to make a deal with Ukraine, and as Ukraine kind of clamped that trap shut, the West kind of put pressure on Ukraine to step away from that deal. They convinced Ukraine that, as Drew was saying, they'll have the support of the West, right? We have the Russians on the ropes. We can finish them off. This is only a matter of time. Russia was essentially, after these leaks, given this message of, okay, so now we know almost the entirety of the West, entirety of NATO, knows that Ukraine is not going to deal honestly, knows that they're not going to actually back down from this fight and actually going to keep trying to fight and push Russia out of all these regions that they've already essentially, what was the word? Referendum. They had referendums to bring them in. This is the perfect message that Russia needed to see, that, okay, there is no negotiation. Well, we'll say we're open to negotiation at any point, but we know for a fact that any deal we make, the West, Ukraine, etc., is going to turn back, is going to renege on that deal, and they're going to try to stab Russia in the back somehow. They've had four treaties and then 2 word-of-mouth deals that have been broken this way. So it's only a matter of time until they made another one and they get stabbed in the back again. That's why Russia, I don't think, is going to keep pushing Ukraine and forcing Ukraine to, in theory, fight or break until this conflict is actually over.
First, we need to introduce a new guy.
Yes.
Hello,
Hi,
everybody, by the way. Hi. Hello.
Want to do a quick introduction?
Hi, Kai.
It's okay. I'm fine.
Okay. Peter,
come
I
on, you
think
gotta
you were
tell
next.
us a little bit about
No,
yourself.
no. We don't. Then you're not allowed in if you don't do an introduction. Come on.
Yeah,
You
you
look
can.
like an
You
AI.
need to
You're like
say
this
something
blue
about
What do I
yourself.
say? Huh?
Where you
Where
from?
are you from? Where
I'm
you
from
from?
Just asking
Russia.
question, guys.
Okay,
What part of
I'm
Russia?
gonna ask
From
you
Russia.
first question. Okay,
Uh-huh.
do you like
What
Vladimir
part? What
Putin?
oblast?
Do I like Putin?
Откуда ты?
I don't mind him because I don't live in Russia, so it doesn't bother me.
Okay.
So where are you now?
Откуда ты?
I am, yeah, откуда где Россия?
Да.
In Russia or in?
No,
Да,
no,
in
where are you
Russia.
now?
Where do you
Like,
live
where do you
now?
live now?
Oh, I live in the United Arab Emirates right now.
Oh.
Did
So
you
Middle
leave
East.
when? Did you recently leave? Did you leave Russia recently?
No, I left at around 5 years old, maybe.
Okay, cool. Yeah, what oblast are you from in Russia?
Oblast, Moscow.
Oh, cool.
Oh wow, we had a couple people from Moscow call in before. It's actually really interesting to hear from people from Russia.
Hey, Kai, tell us a bit about United Arab Emirates and their from what I see with UAE, they seem to be shifting and moving away from the West and towards Russia and China. And I think the leader of the UAE basically said that to Putin the other day. What is the media saying about it? Because I don't hear a lot of news from UAE, so it'd be
I'll be honest
interesting to
with you.
get your perspective.
The media here doesn't talk about the war a lot. It's controversial in this country. It does not like anything to do with controversy. That happened in 2011, the Arabic Spring, was it called? Yes.
Yep.
There was nothing here about that because it just causes problems. It just causes instability. So it's better not to talk about it at all, if you're not involved anyway.
So you are living in a dictature.
I guess you could say that monarchy.
Yeah.
So
it's a very negative term, but
what do you think about
It's
Syria
not
being
negative,
back
it's truth.
in the Arab world?
Pardon, what was your question?
What do you think about Syria being back in Arab world?
It's fine here because this is a very, very safe country. So it's not like I deal with the problems Libya or I guess Syria would deal with. So the Arabic world it's very big, of course, but we don't deal with any of that here because it's just unnecessary.
Do you go to
we deal
school
with it.
in the UAE or do you just live there?
I finished education this year actually, so
okay.
You can get education in the Emirates, Arab?
Yeah, it's very private though. So most schools are private.
Okay. Because the Arabs are always coming to Europe studying. So
At least university, yeah. Universities are not that big here, but they're opening branches of Western universities here, which is very interesting.
My school actually is doing that next year.
What school do you go
There's
to?
lots of them. Yeah.
It's a small local school where I live. It's Virginia Commonwealth.
I see.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you.
Peter, I think you were next to make a comment.
Yeah. The question, what was offered to Zelensky, as long as he can sit in power, he can get some cash, But then also, like what Alan sort of said a little bit, how naive are the Russians? They maybe make an offer that the Ukrainians can't refuse. They will refuse, and they've been preparing for this war for such a long time. Now is the time. They're not going to give it away for. I'm a little bit sort of, I don't know really how to think about this. I think the Russians have decided that they will put an end to this, and with this agreement in March was just to make China and India be happy and see that Russia is negotiating and they're trying to do something, but I think actually Russia will put an end to this. NATO and Ukraine and whatever.
So you're saying Ukraine has been preparing for this war for a long time?
No, Russia.
No, Ukraine.
I would say Ukraine was preparing for a long time.
What makes you say that?
What makes me say
no? But
they've
been changing the whole society, with the payment systems and their sort of sanctions proof now. They have been talking. I was following, his talks, Putin's talks earlier, and the main thing was to break free from the West from 2014 onwards. To not become dependent on the West, because sort of I think he knew that this would happen. So the Minsk agreement, Merkel and Hollande, they said that this Minsk agreement was only for to buy time, but for Putin also it was to buy time. It's my because he knew that it will come a conflict, and he prepared. NATO also knew that it will come a conflict, but they didn't prepare. Yeah.
I mean, it's been a conflict. This is just, I guess you could say, it's a flare in the whole Donetsk conflict. An escalation, you could say.
Yeah. That's where I was saying Ukraine has been preparing for this for a long time.
Yeah, but have they?
NATO,
have NATO been
Ukraine,
preparing?
NATO.
They haven't been preparing at all.
Ukraine.
They thought like that they could break Russia with sanctions, because Ukraine would never beat Russia in an open conflict. So they thought that they could break Russia with sanctions and then walk in as victors.
Can I?
Lambo, go ahead.
To continue, hi guys, everybody. Long time ago, not see. Hi. To just continue to Peter's Ukraine.
No sound.
Technical problems.
Is he frozen? I think he's frozen.
That's
Bozo, we didn't hear anything you said. Bozo, we did. Yeah,
I am back.
We didn't hear. Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I had some internet issues. I have like lightning outside. In Belgium, it's raining again, so it's good. No, but if I'm just looking to the numbers of active planes, active tanks, so all are operational compared to 2014 and 2022. Like in planes like the Sukhoi 25, they tripled to the numbers to be more active in 2022. So the Ukrainians were already preparing. And just about the offer the agreement that Putin wanted to have with Ukraine to stop the conflict, it's just a logical way of thinking of the Russians. If you're just looking what the Russians want to have, is what is a logical thing. And Ukrainians didn't have a choice. It was that or nothing. Ukrainians knowing that. So I don't know what happened to the NATO and between them. But everybody knew that if they don't going to sign that, there's going to be a war. It's going to be done. It's going to be the conflict we have now. So the Ukrainians need to know that, and they prepared for 2014. Like I said, they prepared everything. They were maybe not ready to directly defend themselves, but they were already ready military and weaponry. They tripled numbers. They really prepared everything in the age. They had the time to prepare in HIF times, and they did that also. So for me, it's just what was written, what we read today on that paper. It was for me just a logical thing, and I agree with everybody else that already responds. So it just say to Peter, yeah, everybody was ready, sort of, to have eventually a war. Ukraine were also. But yeah, it was just a yay or nay, and if you say nay to Putin, it was war, and that's happening now. So, voila.
Ariel, your turn. Ariel, your turn.
Ariel,
you're muted. You're muted, Ariel.
Ariel, it's your turn.
Yes,
Ariel,
Marcus.
what happened with your mustache? Flew away?
Okay, well, Draco, do you want to go? Oh, he's there now, I think.
Ariel is here.
No, I was talking to my relatives. Don't want to annoy you.
So you're doing.
I will jump in later. Don't worry.
Okay, Draco.
So okay. In my opinion, this was just a stupid question, because you cannot promise a country something to put their sons to die. It's not you. So if you promise someone, then you promise you. If you give someone something, then you give a regime or a guy something, because you cannot give a country something. A country, you know what a country is? A country is not a regime. A country is an entity which is full of people which don't want to die. They want to live good. That's the purpose of the people which are living in a country. So, and that's why I'm gonna say, I am sure. Yavuz, say it.
I'm gonna say that again. Money. You know.
Yeah, that's it. What I wanted to say now. So
Zelensky
they
was
promised
offered.
Zelensky to make a billionaire. Zelensky was 300 million worth before the war, and now he is a billionaire.
All these
So
people
that's a fact. That's a fact.
All these generals, they were offered money. Plus,
of course,
you know, I'm from
the
Angola,
upper class were
and
offered money.
all my life in Angola, everything we had came from Soviet Union, and they always say one thing: everything from Russia is rubbish. Everything from Russia is rubbish. If Angola wants to win this war, they need to start buying things from the United States. I believe Zelensky was told the same thing. Drop all the arms, weapons you have from Russia, and we're going to give you the best one from the West. And you could see everything change, even the tactics. They now is appropriate. When they come to TV, they say Ukraine is fighting like a NATO nation. So they changed everything. Plus the money was involved.
And there is a point which you are all seem to ignore, that this Ukrainian conflict is actually going against Europe and not against Ukraine. This conflict is against Europe. Europe has the most to lose here. Europe was lost the most, except life. But in economically, Sweden is a fucked up country. Germany is a fucked up country. England is a fucked up country.
Hey,
France,
England is
Belgium.
good. England is good. Trust me.
Okay.
Sorry, Mehdi, did you have a comment?
Yeah, pertaining to this, I think the territory we're in, and the reason why we're in where we are, is because when NATO basically made this happen, it is by design. They wanted this to happen at some point. They never considered anything about if they would have to bail out and stop the process. They couldn't conceive that they would lose. And it's what tells me this is because of the atrocities they were willing to perform, that they expected that they would be able to cover up and hide from their own people with propaganda, because history is written by the winners. So they never expected that maybe they could turn out to be in a Nuremberg type of trial at some point down the line. And now we've moved into the territory where some of these dipshits, it's dawning on them that, holy shit, BRICS could do anything that the UN could do, and maybe even worse, because it'll have more participation and trust around the world to do the human rights investigations. I've been saying this from the beginning, is the reason why BRICS exists, is to be a place where Russia can go in, because it did the SMO, Special Military Operation, which to me means they were gathering evidence to build upon and show the world. You know, and Draco says is right. Like, everybody sees it from a different angle, but all these points of view are right up to some point. You know, and that's the thing. We're kind of arguing minutia, but we're all going in the same direction. And that's what I want to thank every father that's up here or listening in the chat. Thank you for being here. I'm a father myself, but thank you for being aware enough to know that why we're here is because we don't want them to die on a nuclear horror show. At least we're going to talk about it. And at least history will show that some of us actually gave a fuck.
To just say to what Voz has said about weapons, and Russian weapons are crap, so it's better to buy American, what it was told to. There is a saying in the world of arm manufacturers and the market of weapons for armored vehicles, fighter jets, and so on. If you want the best, buy made in USA. If you want to do war, buy made in Russia.
Yeah. American weapons are made for projecting power. They're not made for winning wars.
They're made for make money. They just money.
Money.
You can see a $5,000 drone destroying fucking 2 million or whatever.
There's a big misunderstanding what Russia is. Like, if you're not Russian or you don't live in Russia, you don't understand what Russia is. And I think that there was a big, massive miscalculation on the world, especially like the NATO countries, when they wanted to start conflict with Russia, because the culture in Russia is completely different. Their people are willing to make war with the world if they feel that their existence is in jeopardy, and they have the resources that you would not believe. I live in Siberia. I live in Irkutsk Oblast, where we have so much shit to give to the west of fucking Russia, and they just do whatever they need to do. We export to China, Mongolia. Like, Russia is in the center of the new world, in my opinion, of course. And so, like, this conflict is not going to end well. Like Dracu says, the European countries have the most to lose because they have the least to give, and they've already given so much. So it's a very strange situation that the Europeans are in, because they are acting like they have infinite amount of raw material, infinite amount of money, when in reality they're very poor and they have no natural resources. So it's not looking good for these guys.
Well, just to follow up on RL's point about buying the best versus winning a war, I think that's pretty clear to anybody watching this. Like, if you're a government in Africa, the Middle East, South America, anybody who's looking for military defense, not offense, defense, you're probably phoning up the Russians right now and saying, yeah, one of these S-series systems, how many can we get? Because, you know, it's clear to us that if we want to defend our territory, anti-air weapons seem to be, you know, the best bang for our buck. And, you know, economies of scale, you can get a lot more Russian gear than you can U.S. gear, just because of the purchasing power of you know, your euro or your dollar or your peso is going to go a lot further in Russia. So I think any country right now watching this comedy of errors that we have going on in Ukraine, it's going to be a boon for the Russian military industry.
Yes, one more thing. You know, what they offered to Zelensky. If you see when Zelensky is talking after April last year, he starts saying, the only way I'm going to negotiate is if Vladimir Putin get removed from the power. He's not talking to the West. He's talking to the Russian people, you know. Basically, he's trying to cause a revolution in Russia because they thought the sanction is gonna kick off after 3 or 5 months, and the sanctions failed. So now the West don't have other choice just to fight until the last Ukrainian. I don't even know what that means, fighting to the last Ukrainian.
Yeah, I think Zelensky said that because he knew that this is impossible. He knew, and he just wanted to make war. He was promised money for making war.
Trust me. The West thought that if there is no McDonald's in Moscow, people's gonna like, wow, we want McDonald's. Putin out. Yeah. That failed.
Oh, this was not the team.
It's like a gambler that keeps on putting money on black, or I don't know how it's working. You know, it's keep on investing money in a failed cause.
This all started back in 2008. We've been dangling the protection of the Ukrainians in front of them to basically make it a corrupt circular money flow. And we've been dangling it out there. What do you think is the reason why Zelensky and them would bow down to anything we said? Because they needed us to provide protection for their Nazis. Well, basically the street gangs that had their own territory that the CIA trained to become an even better Nazi that was well equipped. That was always dangling out there. That's what Biden was how he was directing the efforts. And at some point, this conflict was going to happen. And I believe they thought it would happen during the Clinton administration, the Hillary Clinton administration. But Trump got in the way. So now that Trump is out of the way, they can go with their plans. But it's totally fucked because Russia has been planning for at least since 2014, as some have said. It did start there. People don't know that Russian tank production actually started kicking up in 2019. It didn't just start. The Russians were preparing for this eventuality within this time frame. And that's when we talk about Russian weapons, if you look at the Ukraine as the ultimate showroom for what product you have, what can you walk away with that right now you would want to get from the Americans or the Western industry right now? I can't see nothing because the one thing is Russia builds its armor and tanks to fit its doctrine. What we do is we just build fancy weapon systems with all this protection and shit like that, throw it to the troops and say, hey, learn to make it effective, is basically what happens in the United States. Sure, we have cool, fancy shit, but if you only have 2 months to learn it, and then they throw you into combat, I could tell you right now, it's going to be a shit show. Guderian himself said when the Panthers were first put in use, first thing he said was, we need more training for the crews to get more time and experience with the weapon systems they had. And these guys were getting 2 months training. So it's the same problem throughout history. I'm telling you, people, read history. You will see a lot of this, just a reoccurring pattern.
And there's a point. I think it was Wyatt when he was in talking to the Duran guys that he made that was actually very interesting. He pointed out that Zelensky has actually done a very good PR job, and you think about it like logically and don't take a side. If it wasn't for Zelensky, they probably would not be. Okay, let me give you an example. Petro Poroshenko would not be as effective as Zelensky is right now. One, he
Doesn't
can
matter.
barely speak English, and he just looks like an old guy. So I think the look of Zelensky, the character of Zelensky, was prepared by somebody. I'm very skeptical about a lot of things. So I think the character that is Zelensky was prepared way ahead of the conflict.
Oh
Because
yeah,
all these
definitely.
young
Machiavelli,
people, all these young people on Twitter with the whatever with the Ukrainian flags, oh, they needed that guy. That guy is the guy they needed.
Well, it's kind of funny
Machiavelli,
because if you listen to him speak,
it would make a big difference when you have BBC and
right?
CNN on your side.
But here's the fun thing about
Plus,
Zelensky, right?
plus Facebook.
He had to learn how to speak Ukrainian, right, while he
Yep.
was the president. This guy didn't. He's marketed as this hero of Ukraine, the leader who who saved the nation. But like, the dude couldn't even speak their language for his first 2 years in office.
Please
He's not the
quit
only
the
one.
fucking Ukrainian language. Dean, there is no Ukrainian language.
Yep.
This is an invention.
There's as much as a Ukrainian language as there is a Southern, like a United States American Southern drawl, right? Drawl.
Yeah, but this is not a separate language.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
Yeah,
agreeing with
so
you. I'm
quit
agreeing with you.
speaking about
That's a
Ukrainian
dialect.
language.
It's like American
it's
jive.
dialect, but it's the closer you get to the east.
I get what you're saying. That's
it's
funny.
Getting more sort of Russian sounding, and yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Machiavelli made a point before about the Nazis. Yeah, these people, I think I said that before. These people, they don't need to be like 1 million. One is too many. But imagine now they have people like Zaluzny in Iran. He gives interview to the Western media with a fucking picture of Bandera on his back, and the people interview him say fuck all. Means the West knows this guy's a Nazi and is supporting him. The weapon being sent to Ukraine one day is gonna backfire. One day it's gonna backfire. If the West stops helping Ukraine, these people are gonna see, yeah, I lost my friends, I lost my family because of these people. So let's go and get them. Who's at risk? Poland, Germany. There's a lot of these people in this country, even here in the UK. So these people better watch out. Belgium, France, all these countries are at risk.
Having Nazis or neo-Nazis or whatever, it's not a problem. I mean, people have the right to think what they want to think. It's their actions that matters. If they decide to mess with Russia, it's normal. They should get bombed.
And the fact that
it's the action. It's not the ideology per se. I mean, they can think what they want because I can think what I want. But it's the action. Okay, let's go to Donbass to kill all those guys because they are Russian-speaking people. Yeah, that's different. That's way different. Like let's go fighting in the side of Ukraine because we will kill some Russians. That's different. That's actions they are doing. And of course, for the Russian point of view, at least, those guys must pay the price with their own life.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, to follow up on Vaz's point and Ariel's point with respect to their actions. I seem to recall, like last October, weren't a bunch of these Ukrainian fuckheads arrested in Italy for planning a terrorist attack? It was in Naples Do you guys remember that?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
Yes.
3 or 4 of them got arrested for planning a terrorist attack in Naples. So what Voz is saying, seems logical to me. I mean, they're going to lash out once the war is lost. So I think we're already seeing that type of activity.
What happened with ISIS? They had when sort of the West stopped financing them or turned away from the cause. What
That's
happened?
why
They started
These
bombing
things always backfired.
Turkey.
These things always backfired. Always.
Yeah.
but
And
that's why I'm saying
France.
neo-Nazis in Europe are less of an issue than Islamist terrorists.
No, I'm saying that when this backfires, where will it backfire? They have networks all over Europe,
No,
and
let
they
me
go.
explain you. In France, we got many terrorist attacks. Some of them were from independent group.
Two proxies that have been sort of left aside.
What I want to explain you is that among those terrorist attacks, some of them were made by far-right groups.
Okay. Yeah.
And those not real actions because they got caught before they could act. Those far-right groups got caught before they could act. Because at least here in France, but I think it's the same case in all other Western countries, far-right groups are more watched by internal security services than the Islamic groupuscule and groups. That's why you got so many Islamic terrorist attacks that succeeded, but not far-right groups attempts.
This is
Because
the
the
problem
far
in the
right
West.
is controlled by the state.
So this is the
in Western
problem in the
Europe.
West.
They are
This is the
totally
problem in the
controlled.
West. They care too much about the far right and forget about the others.
I know, man. Look, far right is totally 100% controlled by the state. There is no doubt about that. There is no even
controlled
no doubt
or infiltrated. Yeah, sure.
Controlled, infiltrated, fucked up. They are not. They have no power in Western Europe.
Hey, Peter, you asked what happened to ISIS.
They do.
They literally went to
No, they
Afghanistan
don't.
and they were rebranded as ISIS-K. That's the funniest name I've ever heard.
No. But what happened when sort of they went out and made terrorist attacks in Europe? That was what one would say. ISIS.
Who? ISIS. ISIS. Not even expressed the smallest part of their power. The ISIS is to come in Europe.
Yeah.
They are to come. They are not yet there. They are not even begun to express themselves in Europe.
The point they want to say, when Europe or the West disappoints these Nazis in Ukraine, what will happen? They will turn against the West, and
Peter, I've got a question for you. Are you from Sweden?
Yes.
So, do you think that guy was banning the Quran on the street or in front of?
He was Danish.
Yes, he's Danish. So, do you think it was doing that on purpose so Turkey would block Sweden to get into NATO?
No, he is just crazy, But the political agenda behind this was probably to get Bright into the power. I don't know. It was just before our election. So yeah.
You guys.
I don't think it was any sabotage.
By the way, you guys have a big fan base of far right in Sweden.
Yeah.
Exactly
Sweden,
everywhere in Europe.
The fascist parties are allowed in Sweden. They are not forbidden.
They're not allowed, but still we have sort of a fascist party.
They are allowed.
I'm surprised Dan is too quiet today. He normally say good thing about Russia. Is it because you're in Mongolia?
No, I like to listen. If there's nothing I have to say, I just keep my mouth shut usually. But if you want to hear some positive things about Russia, I will say that they've already lasted this year in the conflict, and I think that they have enough for 2-3 years. I mean, I think they can go as long as they need to. I don't believe that, from what I see in the land of the fucking Russians, I don't believe that they'll run out of anything anytime soon. I do think that the populations in the West will get tired of the conflict before the Russians get tired. I also believe that the Ukrainian people themselves will probably give up before they are told to give up. It's usually how it goes. You lose enough men, and I think that their army will give up before the government gives up. We'll probably see something like what happened in Italy. You know, Germany kept fighting. Japan, I guess, wanted to keep fighting, but the Italians knew their military and their leadership was garbage, so they gave up a lot easier. I think that's what's going to happen in Ukraine. I think they'll give up before their government decides to give up.
But I don't know if that's really going to happen in the head of Europe and the NATO.
Yeah, but the thing is, Ukraine need manpower.
Of course, and they
need manpower.
And the manpower is going out of Ukraine and they're coming to here, to Europe.
This is why I'm saying this is gonna backfire. These people were promised you're gonna win. Russia is weak. Because they think at some point Romania, Poland, and all the Baltic countries gonna join them.
I mean, for sure, if the Ukrainians are fleeing to Europe, there will be nobody to fight the Russians in Ukraine. So for sure, they will lose.
Of course.
Especially if they flee in millions.
Of
course, they will lose.
I just waiting for the moment when Zelensky going to like a G-top and going to ask the guys, dudes, I need helicopters. A lot of helicopters.
Okay.
Because that's what they're needing now.
I'm gonna go now. Sorry, Mr. Lam. I'm gonna go now because
you're going back to summer sleep.
Yeah, I'm going back to impale some motherfuckers.
Drug, before you disappear for another 10 years, just listen. Sometimes just go in the group chat and say something. You know, some people were really worried about you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Don't be worried about me. You know, I am like bad grass. You know, I'm never dying. So.
Draco, this is garlic. Garlic.
Yes. Make garlic and crosses, then I'm gonna eat you. Put garlic on URL. I'm loving garlic. I'm loving it.
It's a strange vampire, Aurel. He's a very strange vampire. Go back to your
guys, I just want to
a little bit more on the Telegram also, because you're a long time not seeing anymore. Also on the Telegram.
I have a good new job, my friends. I have a good new job. I have to make some money. So
vampires are allowed to work 24/7.
Yeah. So we are not sleeping, you know.
So you're not a pimp. You're not a pimp anymore.
No.
Oh, shame.
I quit being a pimp. I wanted to make I still want to make this point because I think this is the most important actuality. Who the fuck is in charge in Ukraine now in the army? This is very, very important.
They don't go. They have somebody.
That's not a question now. That's not a question now because I'm gonna quit.
NATO. Since the beginning, NATO.
Think what you like. But try to solve the problem because this is not solving the problem. And another very important fact is, guys, you should provide love because love is the key to being
Make
good, to quit making war.
Yeah, but love,
Yeah.
I don't do on the open mic. I
make
do that in live.
make
Why
love, no
not? Why
war.
not?
gay.
Why don't we love each other?
That's
I
You
love
love
you
each
gay.
all,
other?
guys. I love you all.
Drug.
That's
If you
gay.
come with this, if you come with this bullshit, please go to China. We don't want
We
peace.
we don't do that shit here in Russia.
yesterday we had here
I
the
know,
Rainbow Festival.
I know his
We had
new
it
job.
in Vienna.
I know your
We
new
don't do
job,
that gay.
Darko. Your
We
new
don't do
job.
that gay shit in
You're
Russia.
you're a sugar vampy. You became a
Yeah, yeah.
sugar vampy. That's your secret. Oh, you kinky
So
jobby. Yeah. You are a sloober like they say.
Mr. Lambo, you are
Yeah.
a perverted. You're a perverted Belgian
Yes,
motherfucker.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
know
I
you're a
agree with
sugar
that. I
vampy.
agree with that.
Well, you are a very perverted one. Not like normal perverted. You are a very perverted.
I am lovely perverted.
Weird.
Eh,
I'm glad to see you again. And
Yeah, long time no see, man.
I love you all. Really, for real.
I love you
So
too,
bye.
Darko.
Bye, guys. Have a fine
Bye.
time.
Much
Good
respect,
night.
Draco. Much respect to you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
Say hello to Mehmet for me. Huh?
Oh my god, this so the all the butts are so light. Oh my god, stop light butting.
Why
Yeah,
don't you see that 40 minutes?
yeah. That's why I appear. I appear to want to do closing.
Closing. We still go. What about LGBTQ? Come on.
Get out of here with that
European
bullshit,
values.
boss.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Stay away from cultural shit. Nobody wants to hear about it.
Any feedback
Hear enough of
about
that every day.
We
Okay,
need to
answer
talk
this
about
later.
this kind of thing at some point.
Yeah.
Just find out Draco's new job and you're already
How great
closing.
Europe is, and it is normal for your wife to have a penis.
If you're into that, you're into that. I don't.
But how big is it, Vaz? That's the question. Does she get a check mark? Does she get a check mark?
and whatever you do, never go to Uganda if you think a man and a man should get together.
All right, next.
Closing. Okay.
Don't come to Russia too.
Okay,
You're
we
dirty,
start
boss.
with we will have to do closing. I'm so sorry. So no, yeah, I can also feel that the conversation is getting a bit sluggish. We are choking. The conversation is no longer so smooth. We are choking, and as we choke, the view counts also start to choke. You can tell. So anyway, so we end before it goes into a shit show. No, Kai. Kai is new, so do you have any
This
closing?
is my second time here. I was here
I
long
find you
before,
familiar,
like the
but
second one.
I find you very familiar, but I don't have your record inside my
No.
data sheet. Yeah, so
It
good.
must be his camera.
Are you inside the lounge now?
Yes, I am.
Oh, also that's you. Okay. Later you reply
Yeah,
me,
I
make
see.
sure that it's you. Yeah. Okay. Any closing?
Do I ask a question or do I just
So
say something?
you just just a statement to to your own propaganda. How you want to brainwash us into your thinking.
Okay. The ghost of Kiev is still alive, and October 9 is Indian. Thank you.
Wow, that's a very short closing, which I don't understand what it means. But never mind.
If you were more active in the Discord, you would know who October 9 is.
Okay, it's my fault.
Discord is 2022.
Well, it was nice to be here, talking to nice people. We saw new faces. It was great. And yeah,
I'm gonna get out of here next.
war is still going on. Became more heated. Yeah, thanks to that Ukrainian offensive in the south parts. So yeah, let's see how our media are turning this out. Let's see how the Russians will act in the second phase of that offensive. Let's see how in the geopolitical sphere everything will begin to shape, especially with the BRICS, especially with regional organizations. Let's see. Voilà.
I want to say goodbye. Thank you for having us, Wyatt. You know, the conflict in Europe is also being fought by societies. And since you let us spread our own propaganda here, I live in Russia, and I've lived in Russia since this all began. And I've had a very, it's been like a pleasure and sometimes a freaking disaster being able to see it all unfold. And I do have my own YouTube channel. It's Wild Siberia. I like to come on the DPA because I like to give insight in what life in Russia is like. So you get to see that Russian people, because they're painted so badly in the West, you know, these are normal, ordinary people, and they remind me a lot about myself when I was going to war in Afghanistan and shit like this. Like I see these men go off to do their duty and stuff like this. I just hope that if you're from a Western country, you're not believing all the Kool-Aid. The Russian people are ordinary people, as well as the Ukrainians, but they don't get a bad representation in the media. It's usually the Russians. And I'm here to just say, as an American war veteran, that I like these guys. You know, like these people are commendable. They're not animals. Thank you, Wyatt, for giving us the platform. See you later, guys.
No problem. Who want to go next? Okay.
I'll go.
Okay.
Bye,
yeah, we
Wyatt.
just jump around. Oh, bye around. Oh, since when that's the trend? Okay.
Do first Mehdi maybe, and then me, and then T, and then Voz, and then you as last. So the correct. First Mehdi. I need to hear Mehdi because I like to hear Mehdi.
Yes.
Yeah,
Everyone
he's
Oh,
knows
sweet
Mehdi.
Jesus.
okay.
I want to close out, thank you everybody on Father's Day, especially once again to the fathers that are here, because you're the ones that are paying attention, trying to prevent, trying to help at least keep our kids alive to be able to spawn their own. So, thank you guys for that. I think we're going to see a change in the type of structure of the conflict now. Right now, to me, I'm getting the feeling that the Russians are now pulling things up, like they do. They'll pull up. They have a certain logistics limit that they will not go beyond. This is something they learned back in the 1930s, actually, and it makes sense. It's a continuous operations, is what it's called. So they go 150 miles, stop, pull everything up, go 150 miles, stop, pull everything up. So, but I think the battlefield itself is going to change, because now we're going to start moving through 9 years of layered defenses being built. Those are now in some places clear for the Russians to do what they wish. I think as to Ukrainian operations, any place they are going, they are being channeled to go. They are going to at least an indirect fire zone, because the way the defenses are developed is that it does depend on terrain, but it's mostly a concentric 3/3/3 protection system. So the deeper you get into it, the more you can be engaged from all over the place. And none of that is, they haven't even reached that part. They're at the security zone, as others have said. And that security zone is just the outer layer that doesn't even get to the defensive positions. It's just, I can't see them. I don't understand the continuous beat on the head on these when they know they cannot keep any like spearhead going, because they just don't have the logistics to keep feeding it. So I think Russia, on the other hand, doesn't want to sit there and grind it out forever, because there's a point when all the people you call up get a chance to go back home. And you've trained all these people, they're there on the front, and there's no reason why you wouldn't use them, in my mind, especially now with the Ukrainians just getting blasted on any offense they're doing. So I think it's going to change. We'll see. Maybe the Russians move forward. I don't know. I'm not part of operational planning, but I think we're just in an area of a preparatory phase before something moves forward, and it's not going to be good for the Ukrainians. Thank you for listening to my babble.
That's awesome, Mary. So we have two more persons, Cheer and Coping, coming for closing. So T, any closing statements?
Yeah, hey guys, it was good to be on. Second time, better than the first time, I'd say. Closing statements, I'd reiterate Draku's message, who the hell's in charge? I'd also say, where the F is Budanov? And I just want to tell everyone to like and subscribe to the DPA channel, DPA War, DPA Defense Politics Asia, and DPA Open Mic.
All right.
That's it.
Thank
Thanks.
you so much. Macchiari.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna close with a short anecdote. So, one of those guys you run into who is like really pro-Ukrainian and they cope a lot, like you can't prove to them anything. So I actually ran into one of those people personally last weekend, right? It was it was hilarious. So the person heard I was at the bar, the person heard I had an accent, asked me where I'm from, and then the conversation started from there. And then we had a lot in common, like the fight against poverty, which I strongly believe in. But then he was like, hey, so man, look at what Russia is doing. And I was like, oh, by the way, on this one, I'm with the Russians. And let me tell you something. So if you know Americans, with Americans, you have to transition. Like you can't just like change. You can't go from one extreme to the other. Like you have to prepare the person before you say something possibly controversial, right? So this guy, I'm telling you, tried to argue with me, but the thing about it is, the whole time, this guy was shaking. And I don't think he was shaking because he's afraid of me. I don't think he's ever actually personally met somebody who disagreed with him on especially a topic where people are so tribal about, Like he tried to argue and everything, I broke it down to him like as if he was a child. Like it was so easy because everything was just nonsense. This person didn't even know there was a war before February. Like he didn't know much about what happened in Donbass. But yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, this person was like shaking. I'm like, and then eventually he got his buddy came, the buddy tried to talk to me as well, and they just walked away without saying anything. I was like, okay. But that was funny. I was like, yeah, let me share that stuff because that was funny.
Can I close off next? Because I've got a perfect segue to that.
All right.
I also, to tell you an anecdote, I had an argument with a friend of mine, good friend of mine I've known my whole life, on Facebook just the other day because I posted some just pure bullshit mainstream media propaganda. And so I posted the actual truth, videos, the whole shot, and he and I got into a spirited debate. And, he was like, well, why are you pro-Russian, blah, blah, blah. And I basically said, I'm not pro-Russian, or pro-Ukraine. I'm anti-mainstream media, actually, because we're all being brainwashed. So I said, the reason I'm using this platform, Facebook, is if I can get one person, just one person, to kind of think, am I being brainwashed? Then I've done something good for at least my Facebook friends. You know what I mean? So I think it's really important for everybody to get out. And if you post on your social media, use whatever platforms you have, go to bars and meet random people and have discussions with them, whatever it may be, the more dialogue we can have and where we're, backing things up with facts, it's people to start thinking. I can't tell you the number of people that I've sort of changed their opinion on now that I've been talking to them, and that's really important because as a society, everybody here in the West, we are losing our free press, and when you lose your free press, the next thing you lose is your democracy. So it's really important for us to fight this. That's all I had to say.
That's actually very brilliant closing.
Yeah, well said.
Mr. Lambo.
Yes. First about Kai, I think he is the ghost of Kiev because he's still living in his cockpit. If you see the background that he was online, so a ghost can make him little. I think he's the ghost of Kiev. So that's already one problem solved. We know who's the ghost of Kiev in the sky. So, but now I'm going to follow on Mehdi. Mehdi, I love you, Mehdi. You're such a good guy in your points and your talking. I just love to listen to you, really. And you need to speak more. You need to have the chance to speak more because what you
Do
say
it.
is so good.
Mary, quit hitting on me.
Oh, stop blushing. Come on, stop it. But I'm going to add something, and this, and then you're going. I'd agree also with me as the air cover that the Ukrainians doesn't have, and these F-16 is never going to be a problem solver. Now they are reusing the Heinz, the helicopters, to do some attacks. I see them flying very low because they're scared to be shut down because they know how hard it is for a helicopter and you from Ukrainian against the Russians to be able to keep flying. The thing is, they needed. I think if they still had a lot of helicopters left and another way to defend themselves against the air defense of the Russians, that's actually impossible. But they had maybe more chance to push into the lines because you just need air cover, and Ukrainians doesn't have that, and they're never going to be able to push it. Only because that big detail is not a little detail; it's a very important detail. The Russians have everything, still have everything, always going to have everything. The Russians not, the Ukrainians not. So for me, it's already lost. You don't have I'm not gonna say that. You don't have air cover, so you're lost as a tank man, as ground troop. You're lost. It's just waiting when it's going to happen. That nothing going to be left, and it's a war. We are going to see some end, but just waiting when the Ukrainians will finally admit that they are not doing something to gain something. And I just can't understand that mental of them, how they can keep pushing people into the front lines and they all going to die very soon. And it's so, so sad to see that. I'm also like the most of it here. I'm also more neutral, hating the mainstream media. That's also why I am here on the open mic. Like Nunya, what we need to do actually, if you're starting to comment on Facebook, because I am pretty big on Facebook, we need to actually always put a link of the channel of DPA. Guys, watch some videos of DPA. You're going to understand more what's really happening. Because Riot, you're really doing a fucking good job. I didn't say it again. A very good job. And it's just the people that only watching the mainstream media don't see what we see. We see more, but only if they're watching your YouTube videos or even other channels. I don't care. They're not so pro-Ukraine. There's also a very big problem here on YouTube. You're gonna more faster understanding what's really happening. You don't really need to see the footage. You need to see the front lines and listen to what the people are saying about what's happening. And that you are doing for us, riots. So it's very important. So yeah, for me, it's just keep continue saying the most useless war of decades. Actually, every war is useless, but this one is just such a big joke. And I missed a lot of the open mic today, and I was hoping to be more involved. But I went to Lille in France, where Shadowy living, and I was a friend that I met, that I had a rendezvous with, and I need to wait after him for 45 minutes. And in these 45 minutes, at least 7 persons asked me after cigarettes, and 2 persons after money.
Propaganda. Don't
very,
believe you.
very funny. And France, how they see me smoking cigarettes because it's so expensive and they don't have shit for money. So yeah, no. Again, it was. I am happy to be on the open mic again, and it was very short for me, so I actually just did that closing here. But guys, continue sharing your knowledge. Please like, subscribe, support the channel, and I see the rest on the Telegram. And yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. Voss.
Okay, my turn. Can I do the dance without no pants? No.
No,
Okay,
no light butts. Yeah, no light butts. No light butting over here.
Nah, I was joking. Anyway, I just want to say, I'm not saying this because I'm pro-Russia. I'm not even pro-Russia, you know. I've got sympathy with Soviet Union, so yeah. I'm saying this. I think it's time for Ukraine to seek peace. Start talking. They need to, because the things I see on Telegram is not good. These people really need to save their life. It's time. Because if they don't, a lot more people is gonna die. A lot more. I'm not just saying Ukrainians. Russia is dying as well, but you know, in the end, Russia is gonna win, and Ukraine is gonna die for nothing. You know, we don't even know what they're fighting, because every people here in the West is saying they're willing to die to the last one. But when you see the way they go to pick up to go to the front line, that's not people you wanna be in front line with. They get beaten up to join the army. Do you really want to fight, be in a fight with these people on your side? I don't. And the other thing, right, by the way, right, well done for you on the Durham. It was a good show. You did well. I'm very proud.
Have you checked the comment section?
Yes.
The comment section is chaotic. I think I have
Trust
never
me,
saw.
you're never gonna have 100%.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
What did they say, or like what happened in the comment section?
You have to
Just
see
go-
it to know how to.
Yeah,
I don't even know
go
how to
there,
explain it.
watch the show, and go there, read yourself, so you can.
I know what I'm doing after this.
Oh, I'm not going to rewatch them.
All right, Kan.
Yeah, well, I was late at the party, so there's that. Anyhow, what was saying a moment ago, this is something which I think we've been talking about this also on a Telegram channel. The whole point of how are Ukrainian soldiers actually being goaded into behaving this way? I mean, they don't have much choice. The only thing they can do is actually go forward or surrender in some cases if it's possible. But what's interesting to me is that from the Western perspective, if you follow the Western media and the whole discourse about it, they don't exist as humans. Literally, they are just like a meeple on a board game. There's something which is, or pixels in a real strategy game. Like they're not really human. And from this perspective, this is how you explain this tremendous willingness to soak up casualties. I mean, this is something which is unusual, even from wartime perspective. I mean, maybe in some conflicts in which war is a way of life for decades. So there's development of this cultural trait of fatalism, perhaps. I don't know, maybe. Although I think that in Afghanistan, like in one of such places, Afghanistan has actually fought cleverly. They didn't fought like with suicidal abandon. So this is something which is, I don't know, maybe not unique, but very, very unusual. And just this morning, I was talking to a friend of mine who is a Serbian veteran from the war in Bosnia, and he was talking about how he he know one officer who actually refused orders to advance to take some positions because he understood that those positions are not strategically very important and that he would lose 100 guys in the process. So he directly disobeyed this order, which it flew. Like nobody made a huge argument because everybody understood that this is the case. So, you know, this is the actual like real commanding presence. If you're actually capable, not from cowardice, but from like to have a perspective what is important and what isn't. That your men's lives are perhaps more important than this tactical position you are going to take. And I don't see this much in Ukrainians at all.
Thank you, Sia. And yeah, we always end with coping because coping always do the best.
I don't trust this guy. You know, this guy is dodgy.
He shows up 2 minutes before every time.
Yeah. When I'm faced with a NAFO brother, everyone, you know, sometimes there is a good debate to be had to talk to him and stuff. That's a very rarity, but I usually just walk them to a map and put it in front of them and just say, explain that, and I'll wait. And just let them go off about how all these things are happening, yet look at the map. It's still red where it used to be Ukrainian blue and yellow. So until you can explain that to me, I ain't listened to a fucking thing you're saying now. So walk on, brother. Look at the map. Explain it or just keep stepping.
By the way, well said, Silkan. Well said.
Nobody want to let coping talk.
Because he's CIA, man. He was on the boat. Today he was on the boat with beers and stuff.
Yeah.
We are never going to
looking for pipeline to blow up.
So do you guys hear me well with the mic here and stuff? All right, cool. So I wanted, of course, to join a little bit earlier, but I couldn't. For those in the Telegram group, you know, I was looking for whales. Anyways, so I wanted to actually address someone who commented in the previous open mic and someone who is on the chat right now. The one who commented on the previous open mic, I'm not going to mention names, but he did have a pretty good point. I think we are all going to do well addressing for ourselves, and that is trying to play the devil's advocate. And so for that reason, I'm going to attempt to invite Alfarius, I think your name was in the chat. If I remember correctly, you were from South Africa. So let me be the devil's advocate for the, you know, everyone talking about Russia doing so well with the economy and so forth. Well, I'm going to introduce a weak link, and that is precisely South Africa. For they have for a long time, being one of the more industrious African countries, have been plagued with increasing power outages and load shedding, which has directly affected their export market. This has also affected their currency, which is keep depreciating and depreciating. Now, usually when you have depreciating currency, or often when you have depreciating currency, this helps your export, but not when it is tied to your limited ability to produce that export. And the problem here is that the BRICS have already provided a fairly sizable loan to the state-owned power company in South Africa, and still the power outages keep going down and down and down. Now, this is dangerous for BRICS because this is not just any member who might want to join or anything like that, anyone who might have some partnership. This is a founding member. And so we have so far not seen the Chinese or BRICS do anything like the IMF or the World Bank, where they will be imposing or demanding some sort of restructuring. That will usually be straightforward with, you don't pay the debt, we take the asset we paid for. But in the case for South Africa, I think it might be one of the, I would be interested to see if the change in the BRICS way of going forward would actually be first of coercive measures, that is, will first and foremost be at its own founding members. Because the thing is, if South Africa loses its industrial basis, its industrial significance, its natural role would quickly be to be subordinated, i.e. not the multipolar world, but more of the bifurcation. And the Western corporations have a fairly good grip, generally speaking, over South Africa's economy. So this is not a very good sign. Like, sure, this won't necessarily crush or make everything crumble. But for those who think that it's all shiny and dances on roses for Russia and China and so forth, the BRICS countries do have a fair amount of challenges. And I wanted to kind of point that out for you, Mehdi, as well, because I know BRICS is a powerful thing, and you're absolutely right. But yeah, we'll still have to see how this is going. So that's me playing the devil's advocate. Alfarius, you're very, very welcome. We would very much appreciate to have a South African joining us and maybe elaborating a little bit where my details are lacking and so forth. And apart from that, those of you who have super chatted, love is it's an insufficient word. Those who support DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, and Locals, our hearts are extended to you as well. Salute for you. And
Fair
to the rest
point,
of you
sir.
who are,
I gotta say, he is a good closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Those of you who have liked,
he knows when to show up.
well, those people who like on this video, we like you more. We of course appreciate it that you subscribe. But even if you don't, I tend to usually shame you pesky little motherfuckers for not pressing that like button. But I can, at the very least, thank you, along with everyone else, for watching the DPA Open Mic. Press that like. Yeah. And also, Wyatt, thank you very much for hosting this. And thank you, all the panelists, for being you. I'm also it's very good for my coping to have another Scandinavian coming on, Peter from Sweden. Excellent. So, yeah.
By the way, why can you make this time the same time next week? Because it works perfectly for everyone.
No, a little bit later.
Nah, it works perfect.
Yeah, because I'm eating the Sunday
one
with my mommy.
I
So it's like at 6 o'clock, and I need to go to my mommy at 7.
Yeah, I
For
don't
1
think
hour.
it's good for the Australian. It's not good for the Australian, but it's perfect for Europe.
Yeah, just look at Europe. Very important, Europe.
Come on. This
They
is
have
where
mommies in Europe,
everything started. Europe.
If we could start an hour earlier, it would be easier for me to do my closing, but I'm committed, so don't you worry.
We shall see.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least we are almost at
Well,
5 hours, so it's good. I'm happy.
Yes, you managed to outmaneuver. Thank you, all my fellow panelists. You managed to outmaneuver Wyatt more than 3 hours. Well done. This is how the leader gets whipped into submission.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, proud of it.
I only planned to reach 4 hours, but yeah.
5 is a better number, Wyatt. 5 is a better number.
Everyone loves 5, the big 5,
You can do high fives, High five.
Yeah.
Star of Satan, and I think
five coming with bye.
High 4 is strange. Or high 3 is strange. 3 is strange. High 6 is even stranger.
No.
Or do you do
3 is a charm. 3 is a charm. It's DPA. That's
DPA OM's 5.
By the way, let me show you something. It's actually close to midnight, and it is bright. The sun is not going to go down.
I have friends. Where is that? Where is that, brother?
This is 4 to 5 hours north of the Arctic Circle.
I have friends going to Norway. Is it the part of season where it's even later at late at night? They are going there. We were talking about it, and I wanted to know.
Yeah, actually, we're gonna keep having it there. So the sun kind of, as you see, it's sort of like down, like we don't have direct sunlight, but it's the sky will always be lit. Like we don't get it dark, and also it's gonna keep getting brighter still. So the sun is gonna be even higher and higher in the horizon up until like mid-July or so. And then it will start eventually at some point, the sun will start going down. But by mid-July, you can start at the top of the mountain at midnight and you'll see the sun literally go like the whole way around. You see it never sets.
That is cool. I want to ask you guys, and maybe thank you for bringing that up, because let me ask you this: how far does these conditions extend? Like, do they extend to the Ukraine, where we think that when they were doing these attacks? Okay, that's what. Thank you for stopping me before I babbled it out. What we know is it wasn't the case. So.
Almost at 5 hours. Continue ask questions. Continue ask questions.
It's very
I have a
simple.
question. I have a question for Coping.
Yes.
For the Norwegian Muslim population, if they have Ramadan in the summer, when do they eat?
What the Muslims eat during summer?
No, yeah, like the Muslims in Norway, if they happen to have Ramadan in the summer time, when do they eat if the sun is always up?
Wow. I think you have to ask a Muslim, but they're certainly not eating the pork we're grilling. I can tell you that.
No, they just do 6 p.m.
So my understanding is that they actually have the Islamic scholars to come down to the Scandinavian countries, and then they actually did some study, and then they just decided that, okay, you're gonna start eating this time and stop eating this time. Are totally against what the Quran say, which is the sun go up and down. But they will all die of hunger if they just follow the Arabic, the sun.
Well,
they have to
I think all the religions make those exceptions. So, like, for example, you have a thing called the Yom Kippur that you are familiar with it with the war, right? But the whole thing there is that you have 24 to 25 hours of no drinking, no eating, no turning on light or fire, whatever, and so forth. And they make an exception to the drinking water, like you can have like 1 glass of water. But if you are in the hottest places, they would make, for example, you can have 2 glasses of water, even though it's kind of technically not kosher or whatever. But, kosher or not, you're going to live or you're going to die. So that's kind of, I think that's the thing.
And also very important, when they wrote the Quran, everybody still thought that the earth was flat. So actually, I think the better way is after they are able to eat, they just need to eat some pizza or something like that.
So for those that are still watching right now, it's just like watching the Marvel movie. There's always this, after you thought that it's going to finish, then they'll continue again. Another scene and tell you secret stuff.
6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna do you a favor, Wyatt, and tell everyone here that was watching, if you want to have like this, in all its different varieties, in all its different shapes and forms, where you'll have all these people that we have bubbles, but you see we cannot really make an echo chamber. We keep bumping into each other and they overlap, and so that's where you have the lounge. So I can assure you, I leave, and most of these people leave, but these conversations are not ending. So for now,
bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Like Draco said.
Bye-bye.
Like
Bye-bye.
Draco said, make love, no war. Bye.
Don't show guns.
Don't show guns. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, this is the DPA Open Mic episode 34, and I just want to go through some of the super chats, because I think some of them is not kind of answered. Okay, so NGS, just go through all of them. Nothing in the mainstream media about the meeting at the treaty. There's about the I also don't know what's that. The West will lose decisively. Will the public ever know? Waka about the peace tour, no perception in Pakistan and South. And then we have the African media coverage of the mission. Macron going to BRICS, which we totally didn't talk about. Conspiracy. DPA Open Mic is a conspiracy because we have two or more people working together. Sorry, we are in public. Okay, we are not a conspiracy. And great panel by Mason. Then got Soul Power say Dan's kids will be Maxibarian. And so narrative about NATO doesn't invite nations to join NATO, but in his opinion, it's a lie. They omit the fact that unofficially they do through proxy NGOs. Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Then Putin is a darling of the West until Georgia war happened. Okay. And then no yelling and no interrupting. Tamid is so angry that he have to pay money to tell the people that. And then Tamid say Draco's family died 300 years ago. So then this is a question for me. Any feedback about the Duran appearance? I actually not too sure. I mean, there's a lot of feedback. If you look at the comments in the Duran, the video that I was in, the comment, I pretty much messed up the entire comment section because of my appearance. Like, I think some of the loyal Duran viewers who don't really know who I am, really don't like me. Like seriously don't like me. They did, and they don't know why. It's like because it is a pretty hard bar to reach, because the previous two speakers before me are like pretty good. One of them is Scott Ritter. So it's like, yeah, it's like after all these high profile people, then who the hell is this Chinese guy, from Singapore, talking crap about how Russia and China is actually strategic rivals. They clearly don't know that Russia and China actually fought war not so long ago. Anyway, yeah. But largely, I think a lot of people are very positive about my appearance. I think, of course, the DPA army are all very happy about that. I do have feedback, telling me through private chats, they people who never heard of me, actually share the video link to their friends who happens to know who I am. And I got that one of that message from Twitter. He told me that his friend actually, who they conversed through email, actually told him about me. And then so no, that's interesting. And I think one of the main feedback is that the Duran tends to be viewed as very pro-Russian, and I and a lot of people see me as totally not pro-Russian in that sense. Especially, I praise Zelensky, and this is not the first time I praise Zelensky. If you put all the limitations onto Zelensky, which is what he faced, like cannot surrender, cannot run away, and then you have to do whatever you can to make Ukraine fight for as long as possible. I think Zelensky does a super good job. Although I still feel that the right thing to do is actually just to surrender, because it's not possible to win against Russia. It's just like And another thing about that is that when Iraq invaded Kuwait, the world bind together and invaded Iraq and liberated Kuwait. Today, the poor little innocent Ukraine have to fight alone. They just give you weapons. Imagine the world do that to Kuwait. We just give weapons to Kuwait and tell Kuwait to fight itself against Iraq. That's the kind of evil that we are looking at now. So yeah, but who cares? No, the NAFOs just want to go to Crimea to party. I will later post a video in the DPA Telegram channel. It's so funny. I saw it on Twitter. I downloaded it. Yeah, the NAFO want to go Crimea to party. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah. Of course, the last about the Norwegian Muslims have exceptions, which I'm not a very religious person per se. I do pray and stuff. Yeah, but I'm just skeptical about all religions. So I shall not say anything to get me into trouble. It's not legal to say things like that in Singapore about my real opinions about religion. Yeah. So thank you everyone for watching, and yeah. So this I think this open mic accidentally reached 5 hours. I actually just wanted it to reach 4 hours. But yeah, it's okay. And so thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for participating in the chat. For those that are not comfortable with coming up, showing your face to talk. I think the live chat is also a perfect place to chit chat with like-minded people. To discuss about things. I think usually we have like a few conversations all going on at the same time. We have the live, this thing here that we are watching at. But then within the live chat, there is also multiple conversations going on between people, and I think it's fantastic. So yeah, so this my aim my concern now is just to grow the DPA Open Mic channel because the growth has been really slow, nearly like you can't really tell it's actually growing. It's so slow. So yeah, I'm trying to do things to make sure that it can grow faster because it had to grow more for it to be more sustainable. Yeah, so that's the main thing. And yeah, so hopefully more people will be inspired. I did the trailer thing, which I think I can show you guys. Let me see how can I show you guys. For those that haven't watched, I can actually show you. Let me open it. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, wait. Okay, so I will close the video. Close the open mic with that one, and so that for those that haven't watched it can watch it. There's still 200 of you guys here. I'm very grateful for your support. Hopefully, we will continue to grow this free. This pretty much as free speech as possible. I don't even intervene when people just when Draku and Dan just went nuts on each other. That's free speech. Free speech is messy. Yeah, that's just how it is. And somehow I feel like why I got so much fatter. I keep looking at my face and then my face just get rounder and rounder. So anyway, I have to slim down anyway. Yeah. So thank you guys for watching, and yeah, and I'll see you guys in the next update. In case you cannot hear me. Okay, I got to drop. Okay, how do I do this? Sorry, I'm so unprepared. Yeah, I can load the video file. Oh, cool. Okay, and see you guys. The ultimate. Whoops! I just realized that no, I will still be there. Okay. Bye bye. The public is invited to join in an open mic discussion. The goal is to give voice to the common man without prejudice, and just like in real life, if you want to talk, you show your face. Will they discuss on geopolitics, economics, military topics, or current affairs? Or will this just become yet another Twitter shit show? In an ultimate test of free speech and free expression, I present to you the DPA Open Mic. So in the DPA Open Mic 33, we start off with the discussion over the biggest thing that happened over the past week, as per the Open Mic, was the Ukrainian offensive.
Alright, offensive? What offensive?
If they had air cover and more artillery, that'd be a tight little assault package. But, they're sending them in minefields and they're basically getting ambushed. I mean, I don't want to get into a whole lot of it, but I mean, it seems to me like they're going down terrain that favors the Russians.
I think that if imagine a world where they go and they do take Melitopol, and then they do destroy the Kerch Bridge again, right? And they fully destroy it this time. In a case like that, I think that the Russians are going to be pretty interested in negotiating, or certainly more interested in negotiating than they are now. Alternatively, they might just get angrier and escalate the conflict further. But that seems like the logical strategy for me. I didn't think about Divka like that, though. That is an option.
One of the biggest contentious point that was being talked about is the Kakhovka Dam destruction.
Thanks to the dam being gone, it now is an attack vector, and that benefits the stronger side, which is the Russians. With it there as a threat that either side could use, it was really more to the Ukrainians' benefit.
What about when the world knows, if it is true, I don't know, nobody really can say for sure, that Ukraine destroyed that dam. But if Ukraine did it, if someone can prove it somewhere, right or wrong, now or later, it's a blow on all the Ukrainian narrative. They did something so reckless to get some objectives. I think that most of the world that's not committed to this war will say, we are free now. We can say no. Our moral stand goes, we are not with this shit, we are fed up.
Then came this very controversial idea that this war will end up with Ukraine being more Russian than ever before, and someone else will be raising your children.
Some American said that someone else will raise your children, and I think about this war because so many Ukrainian men will die that when Russia comes and settles this land, ethnically, blood Russians will take over Ukraine whether they want it or not. So they've literally effed themselves. The Ukrainians, by sending all their military-aged men, have bred themselves out of the equation. And we're not talking about like a small dent. We're talking about an entire generation, and perhaps 2 generations of men will die in this war, and that will outbreed themselves. So I mean,
I also don't understand them saying that okay, the Ukrainian men die and the women and the children will become Russian. It's not so easy, Dan. The respect for the Russians.
I didn't say that, by the way, Prada. I didn't say that, by the way. I said that term. Okay, then don't say what I said.
I know. I expect you to clarify that because that might be a misunderstanding.
And then there is this, intriguing concept that every civil war breeds a powerful country.
I think the smarter people in general are leaving Ukraine, I think. But the real big point I want to make, and maybe bring it back to the military realm, is that if we look at this as a civil war of people who are really the same, but are taking 2 ideological stances, which is the way I think Dan just said it, and I think the way I feel about it, then militarily, do civil wars result when they end in a tougher opponent or country or a weaker one? I mean, Vietnam fought a civil war, ended up very tough at the end. Korea fought a civil war, they're still in a frozen conflict. Both sides of that conflict are very, very tough today. The American Civil War, after that ended, they incorporated the Confederate veterans and they went all the way to the West Coast and then further all the way over the Pacific. So they got tougher. I mean, you show me a civil war and I'll show you a population with a huge number of combat-trained veterans who are tough as hell.
The mine-clearing tank that is leading the line seems to not work when air support is not present.
Like, I was on the tanks. The way I would see it would have done is we would have moved up and like supported the combat, the combat engineers, and they would have had vehicles. They would have rolled up with a Miklik charge, fired that out, cleared a lane. Then we probably would have had tanks with the blades on them and the plows go in front to protect the engineers as they planted flags and marked the lane to move through. But I mean, that's all why you have complete air superiority. No one's bombing you, no one's shooting missiles at you, no one's dropping artillery on you.
The lack of Mikliks, the lack of combat engineers in NATO, you don't put armor in front of men. Usually there's dismounted combat engineers on the floor, sweeping. I mean, I was in front of light armored vehicles in Afghanistan. I was in front of MRAPs. I was in front of Buffaloes, which actually clear mines. The Marine Corps puts men in front of armor. Why? Because it's more effective. But there was none of that. There was no Mikliks. There was no APOPs. There was no anything for clearing anything to actually push forward. Forget about the air. Forget about the artillery. Even the simplest of things, to advance an armored vehicle, there's no open avenue of approach. So if there's no line charge, why are you moving these forces towards a tree line?
And then we went into some long discussion about Russian change of battle concepts. They went from the BTG, the battalion tactical groups, into divisional setup.
Russians, first of all, are always modifying their forces. Just because they went into mobile tactical groups where the command was actually at, where they were actually making the decisions to change on the battlefield, mostly, they went to the MTGs. But it reflects the type of fighting they do. If you read about it in the Russian way of war, is that there's nothing to prevent them from flowing through these objects, getting enough room between these units to maneuver, and then they go back into a mobile battle group 20 miles wide, 60 miles deep. like a lawnmower. There's nothing. That's why this really this Ukrainian offense just it kind of drives me crazy, because they ain't, if they use their reserve to be able to fortify failure in what was once known as Bakhmut, and then trying these PR attacks, there's nothing to stop the Russians to just forming up like that and moving forward.
Then we went into this discussion into the myth of nuclear weapons and how Russia will eventually just get more and more aggressive.
The Russian government is telling its people, and has been for quite some time, that NATO has attacked Russia and Russia is in a war with NATO. Now, the Baltic states don't hear that, right? They should, because they're in NATO, right? And so if Russia is saying we are in a war with NATO, what Russia is saying is we are in a war with the Baltic states. It might not have turned hot on that front, but that's what the Russian government are telling their people. And now, again, the position in the Baltic states is Russia will never attack us because NATO's got nuclear weapons. But what I want you to think about is this. NATO would never have gone into Ukraine in 2014 and performed a military coup. Do you know why? Because Russia's got nuclear weapons.
And that was just a taste of what the DPA Open Mic is about, especially for this episode 33. This is not everything that was being discussed within the open mic. It was 3 hours long. Typically we do 5 hours, and I'm trying to do it shorter so that I can make this video, but no, who knows. And I would like to invite you guys to come on the DPA Open Mic, share your views. If you're shy, you can always just chat within the live chat with other like-minded individuals, and let's grow the DPA Open Mic, bring the voice to the people. It's free speech, the free expression of opinions, of thoughts, of feelings, and perhaps we can all learn something from one another. This is the most international podcast, I believe, on YouTube and around the world, where this is the only place where you can actually see people letting you know what is the exact situation about in their country, so that you do not get duped by the mainstream media or the fake news or the misinformation or the propaganda. And is there sanctions in a certain place? Are they really struggling with electric, energy prices? You can just ask them. They are people from all around the world that are very happy to share their feelings, their experience with you, and together we will be more informed. And this is the DPA Open Mic.